and all, folks, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. How are we all doing this fine evening, folks? I hope all of you, hang on. Yes, you are getting every beautiful, sweet, soft summer sound that is my voice. Just wanted to make double dog sure of that, folks. How are we all doing? And welcome to the K.O.E. Nation. I'm glad you have all decided to make this evening a part of your evening so that you, me, and everyone within all sundry of K.O.E. can enjoy this top 10 list together. So, folks, this is something, as you know, this is an annual tradition at the K.O.E. Nation. Every year we go through the top 10 K.O.E. Nation videos, and there has been some significant changes to the lineup from last year. And one of the big debuts that came not too terribly long into this year was a video that featured the father of Extreme. Yes, and that is our number 10 video, and we're going to get right into it, folks. So this number 10 video is called My Dad and I Restore My Great-Grandfather's 1947 Crippen Mill, Part 3. So let's get that pulled up for you. Bam, there we go. You know, I kind of like that view a little bit better for this. So what you can see here is this is only 2 months old, and it's the number 10 video with 1,391 views, almost 1,400, folks. But without further ado, we're going to get into My Dad and I Restore My Great-Grandfather's 1947 Crippen Mill, Part 3.
Then in great-grandpa's bin, we had to build our own ladder.
Just to change the light bulb.
Just to change a light bulb that ain't been changed in I don't know how many presidential administrations.
Voila. Let there be light.
There's the bottom of the bin there.
And these rods hold the bin together from breaking apart when it's full of rain. They also are handy for a ladder.
Yeah, believe it or not, those rods will even hold me. They're pretty sturdy. I was about to say.
No longer needed.
Sweet.
Technology, no longer needed.
Nice.
Sweet.
Well.
Square. Speeds things up immensely. stuff. Got my stringer in place. Fine. Now we're going to build a doghouse. I'm going to hold that, and you are going to put screws in from either side. And if you need another ladder, if I need the little ladder, you need the big one. No, I need at least a step to get up to here. Don't want to screw it right through it. Go back. Okay. what you did. Them long ones are deck screws. They dig a lot quicker. I like them.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but you don't have to spin for 3 minutes to try to get it to take. You just get 2 in anywhere you can.
I might be a little angled here.
That's okay. Okay, I'm over somewhere. God dang it. I got the drill bit set up, but I didn't bring it up here. Oh, there it is.
Sweet.
Not I brought. Now, we're going to do something only the carpenter knows.
Uh-oh.
We're going to pre-drill these. See what we got to do is finish our box.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to go right on the bottom of that stud
Okay.
because we want our shiplap to start up at the rough and come all the way down. Same way on the other side. Just like that. Okay. And notice they're both too long.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll put this piece in wherever we want it and saw extra off.
Okay.
Saves you time rather than trying to measure all that shit. So I'm going to drill some holes because otherwise it'll push it when you try and drill at an angle.
Okay.
Drill some holes and we'll put a daub of liquid nails on it.
That's for
So once we get this here, it's going to be wiggly.
mm-hmm.
The minute we put the square piece on with the hole cut out of it, it's going to stiffen it.
Okay.
Okay. So this will do all 4 of them while we're doing it. This is where not having light is kind of a bummer, but we'll get through it. This is the best drill that I've learned how to do it, Phil. Pull one of the drill bits out. If that'll fit, it'll work. That one works. Let's see if the next smaller one works. Not worth a shit. Okay, so that's the one we want. Definitely tilted. We're going to do that 4 times. We'll get those other 2 off the stairs over there, will you? Okay, I'll do this. You want to get the caulking gun ready, or is it ready?
I've got as ready as it can be, really.
That's as good a time as any to cut on that. Camera fell.
Bad film guy. Not the carpenter, it's the film guy.
Call me.
So, folks, that was video number 10. So, folks, how are we all doing this evening here at the K.O.E Nation? Now, this next one's kind of a blink and you'll miss it. Now, but before we get into that, Bandit had a couple of questions. So, was that like buying a house in the 1920s Sears catalog? The whole building as it stood was what is, quote, the mill, or is it a piece of equipment within the building? That Crippen mill is a piece of equipment that was craned into the second floor of our mill. My great grandfather kind of knew my grandpa and my great uncle would want to sell it if they had half a chance. So he craned it into the second floor so they could never do it. And so we have it to this day. And so this is our restoration project. And then Bandit goes, of course it would have helped if Phil had charged the battery. Yep, it's all me. I am the ne'er-do-well. Yes, it is true. It is true. Now, moving onward and upward, folks, this one is a blink and you'll miss it video. It's not very long at all, and this is from 1957. This is an advertisement for the John Deere 1957 number 55 combine, which is really something, folks. So, without further ado, let's just get right into this one.
Ever since its introduction, the 55 Combine has been the leader of the self-propels. Today, the new 55 is an even better combine. It's easier and more comfortable to operate, and it's still more efficient mechanically.
Hit one wrong bump and that thing's going to throw you right off.
With the 55, you'll be able to harvest even more acres per day to save more grain, regardless of the crop or field condition. It's available with either 12 or 14-foot platform. The 55 is at home in any combinable crop, whether it's standing grain or a windrowed crop. Let's take a closer look at some of its new and improved features. One major change is the method of adjusting the spacing between cylinder and concave. It's done outside the machine.
That was a big deal.
With this ratchet, you can change the spacing quickly when changing from one crop to another.
You used to have to go inside the machine to change that.
Backward or forward for greatest comfort.
The seat can move.
All the controls are convenient to the operator. Notice, too, the new inclined automotive-type steering wheel. More comfort for the operator. Other changes inside the new 55 include new spring steel concave extension fingers.
Things we take for granted.
Reinforced wing beater. A new reinforced front concave feed plate. And new longer return pans for the straw walkers.
Like, this all looks quaint by today's standards, but yeah, this was a big deal at the time.
Operator's platform. See how the variable speed and platform hydraulic controls have been relocated for improved accessibility. A center delivery auger feeds the clean grain into the new 55-bushel grain tank. A new John Deere 6-cylinder, 64-horsepower engine powers the new 55. All of these changes and improvements add up to a better combine, an improved self-propelled that is bound to save you money through many years of dependable harvesting.
So there you have it with the number 55. And no, this video was from 1957, where I do recall, I think color technology was kind of in vogue by then, but not 55. This was just the number 55 combine. I believe that was the 55th patent John Deere had ever secured. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's why it was called the 55. Or maybe that's the year it was originally built, was 1955, and these are just improvements on the 1955 model. I think that's actually closer to the truth there. A whole 64 horsepower, indeed. Yeah, Bandit. Well, that was a big deal in that time. Like, in those times, a car having 2 horsepower was considered a powerhouse. So, yeah, 64 horse on a John Deere. Yeah, that was a deal.
Pastors.
That was a deal. All right, now moving onward and upward to number 8. This one is, I have to thank Lethe Water for this one. He asked me to read from First Timothy's, and it turns out that it gave the answer to a very controversial topic indeed. So without further ado, this is number 8, my reading of First Timothy's.
1 Timothy, chapter 2, verses 11 through 15. King James Version. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word. Now, some folks consider this a controversial verse from the Bible. Some folks consider this a dated one. But when you realize 1 Timothy is how a church should be structured. It's basically an instruction manual for that. So this was actually a request from a good friend, Lethe Waterkai. You can find him on YouTube and Twitch, and very, very nice man. And he wanted me to read this because he thought, well, look at how dated this is. Don't you think so, Phil, K.O.E? And Lethe, you are always going to find, when you think you find something dated in the Bible, look a little deeper and you're going to find it to be timeless. Because Lethe, my good sir, you helped me find the definitive verse that answers the question beyond a shadow of a doubt of the question of female pastors. It's laid out right there. 1 Timothy is how you should structure a church, and this is pretty much definitively answer the question. Now, I have to thank you, Lethe, because I, being a former Catholic, I don't think it would surprise you to know that I was not, like, I just kind of had a gut feeling, like, I don't know about female pastors. I feel like this probably isn't right, but I didn't have any scriptural underpinning to justify that. And I was like, no, it can't just be a gut feeling. It has to be in the scripture somewhere. And Lethe, God bless you. You helped me find it, sir. So, I mean, even now, Lethe, the Lord is working through you to help reveal the truth to so many people. Lethe, the day you come back to the kingdom of Christianity with all of us, it's going to be a beautiful day. I look forward to that day, sir. Oh, let's just say it's going to be one of the greatest days of any of our lives. God bless all of you people. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E. Nation, happy, healthy, much the wiser. And if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you or one that you're curious about, because yes, this one I asked my pastor, what is the wider context here? And he gave me some great instruction. And folks, that is why, we all seek salvation through Christ, but sometimes it's pretty handy to have a pastor to help lead you through the pasture. So folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back happy, healthy, much the wiser. Lethe, God bless you too, sir. God bless every last one of you. Travel well.
And there we have video number 8 in the K.O.E. Nation Top 10, folks. So this next one here is a little bit of a change from what we just saw there, but it's still a marvelous video that I do truly enjoy. And this one has, let's see, 2,051 views. This is the Dalmore Trio Single Malt Scotch Whiskey, a review. So this is a great classic from 2021. Tony G and I reviewing the Dalmore Trio. And for some reason, this is the one that caught. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a very special Scotch whiskey review here at the K.O.E. Nation. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the Lord of the Scottish Highland, here to give a Highland single malt Scotch whiskey review, here with my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Excited. Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
Oh, this one's going to be good, T, because this is another travel exclusive from the Dalmore. And, oh boy, howdy. This is one of the final pieces to an almost complete collection here. So, the Dalmore Trio, the new travel exclusive series, and it also comes in this awesome liter bottle. So I'm gonna let you get into the back there, T, and don't hit me with the palate yet.
If I may. A royal heritage. You're probably familiar with this one by now, folks. Bestowed in 1263 by the King of Scotland, the Royal 12-point stag proudly adorns each bottle of the Dalmore, encapsulating the distillery's regal legacy.
Hang on. Ooh,
Little soft, little soft.
soft and subtle.
The art of the Dalmore. For over 150 years, the Dalmore has set the standard in multi-cask maturation. Carefully compared, spirit, and hand-selected casks from the world's finest bodegas and wineries are expertly curated to create a sumptuous and layered whiskey of legendary fitness. The Trio, a captivating single malt, beautifully orchestrating the influences of first fill ex-bourbon aged Pawnee port and exclusive Methuselah sherry cask finishes.
So this is bourbon, sherry, and port.
Oh god, yeah, those are
Well,
all things.
That sounds
I
like the
love.
yeah.
So much.
Okay, that's
Wow.
very soft cherry.
I was thinking wine. That's probably the port though that I'm getting. Yeah, soft cherry, but
Very soft.
the port comes through for me. But I'm a sucker for port.
Yeah. What can I say? I'm kind of a
That's
sucker
really
for
nice.
sherry, so sherry, Porto. Let's call the whole thing off.
Boy, didn't take much time on the nose there, Phil. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah,
Cocoa powder.
yeah. There's the port.
Yep, the port's on the back there.
Mhm.
But
That
you get the
that's-
cocoa powder first.
That slowly intensifies. At first, it's incredibly light, and then it gradually increases, and then in comes the port. The finish, I get maybe a little bit more of the sherry on the finish.
Yeah. Now I'm looking forward to putting this one up against, I believe it's Valor, because the cask aging is pretty much the same. Well, it's not the same because they age a standard Dalmore and then they add a little bit of port finishing. This is blended of 3 different whiskeys. So
Yeah.
that's more how you would want to arrive at getting the 3 of them together. And this one's
The aroma: raspberry tart, Seville oranges, and Morello cherries, dipped in caramel. On the palate, damson plums, manuka honey, and coffee latte. The finishing note
probably
is
where I'm getting
chewy
cocoa.
licorice and vanilla.
It's probably where I was
Which
getting
makes
the cocoa.
sense.
But
Yeah, I
and the
agree.
vanilla and the licorice, again, that just kind of comes across as wine to me. On
Yeah.
the end.
This is delightful.
Oh Lord
Another
Almighty!
great offering from the Dalmore.
I mean, Richard Patterson, you done it again. Amazing stuff.
How are we rating?
We're gonna grade this as a single malt Scotch on a 5-star scale,
All right.
as a Scotch on a 5-star scale,
Okay.
as a whiskey on a 5-star scale.
Yep.
It's shelving, and then the secret 5th question. 5 stars, for those who don't know, means you need to have this before you shuffle off this mortal coil. And half star means, you can leave it behind. So, Tony, as a single malt Scotch, how do you grade this?
I will give this a 3.75.
Why do you say that, sir?
It encompasses everything I love about the process of making a single malt. Like you said, bourbon, sherry, port, across the board. It's wonderful. It's just a little bit light. Now, again, I don't want to get hung up on proof or ABV, which this is. Let me check. I believe 46, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's going to say on the top there.
Oh, no, this is 40%.
40. Yeah, I was about to say it's light enough.
It is a little bit lighter.
Well, I think it's also because when you've got like the Dalmore 12 year, the Dalmore, like a lot of Dalmores are very powerful with their flavor.
Intense.
This one is very light, sippable, and approachable. And for that, I'm going to agree. 375 is a single malt Scotch.
Yep.
Now, as a Scotch whiskey,
I'll go 4 because this has got a great flavor. It hits home run on everything I like about Scotch. So, yeah, simple enough. It's a little light again, but no, the flavor profile is absolutely fantastic.
I'm going to disagree, but only just, and I'm going to give it 375 again.
I had a feel.
It's just right there for me. But again, it's like you said, it's light, and when you think Dalmore, you think just a symphony of flavors,
right.
And this one is a beginning trio. Hey, who would have thunk it? But so, as a whiskey, Tony G.
As a whiskey, go 375.
You know, you could almost mix this one.
You could
any
actually.
Dalmore, like if you were gonna mix it, this one would be one you could actually do it with.
Yeah.
Now, remember USD what this one cost?
I believe this one was right around 80.
Okay, 80,
give or take.
All righty. So, and we will get there, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna agree. 375 for me. This is a 375 whiskey through and through. Doesn't really matter how you grade it. It's 375. It's way better than the median. It's just barely not quite 4-star, but it's amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Now shelving.
Oh, it's Dalmore. It's a top.
I was about to say I've got a couple of Dalmores that could sit next to on my top shelf.
Sure, a couple.
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah.
And that's right where it's going to go on the Dalmore shelf. In terms,
Dalmore and friends.
Yes, Dalmore and friends. Dalmore and friends. So, yes, that just happened. In terms of now, Tony, $80 USD for this whiskey. If you were to see this, would you pick this up?
I'd be really, really tempted. Again, it's just a little bit light for my preferential in a Scotch, especially a Dalmore. I would definitely consider it, but it would depend on what was surrounding it. Now, we've had the quintet, and that was transcendent. So I'd probably be more inclined to grab that myself. But
I was
if I
just
only
thinking
saw
the same
this,
thing. Like if this was sitting next to the quintet,
probably get the quintet.
Yeah, and any good thinking
But this is
first look.
marvelous.
But yeah, this is excellent. I'm probably going to keep a bottle of this on hand so long as this is part of
You could
the
introduce
new
people.
travel. And this one is like you said, it's a good light whiskey. You can mix it. You can do a lot of things with this. I am impressed with it, but like you said, quintet's just unto itself.
Yeah.
But so folks, Richard Patterson, you've done it again. Tony, you just always finish your vegetables at the beginning of the end of all of these.
Like
So
a good boy.
folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our review of the Dalmore Trio here at K.O.E. Nation. Richard Patterson, Sir Patterson, thank you. You've done it again, you brilliant man, you. And folks, be sure to check out, there's a lot more Dalmore. There's a lot more, all kinds of crazy content coming here at the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Be sure to stay right here, folks, and I will catch you on the flip side. Tony G, take it away.
Another great one from the Dalmore. Thanks for stopping by, folks.
Yes. So the review of the Dalmore Trio single malt scotch at number 7. Now, number 6 here is a little different. A little different. It's now we're moving into the world of the blended scotch. And this is one of those products that gets a lot of attention here at the KOE Nation. It's one that you, obviously, everyone out there with again, this video at number 6, coming in with, let's see here, 2,152 views since August of 2021. You folks have always had a lot of interest in this particular product, and that is the review of Johnny Walker XR21. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very special spirits review. I am the elated, the excited, the damn handsome man himself, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, and a very, very excited King of Extreme Phil, KOE. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch, and I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. I am also quite excited.
Yes, this is one I've been looking for, but I needed to wait until the right price showed up. And it finally hit, and Johnny Walker XR21. I've been holding on to this bottle for some time. But yeah, I finally got one for well under even the price of a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue, so I had to spring on that.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I can't pass that by.
All right, without further ado, folks.
All right, shake it out. Here we go.
Let's get into it.
This is a gorgeous presentation of the box and the bottle. When this showed up, I was mostly impressed by the bottle. I'm like, wow, that's a pretty box. But that bottle, wow. That's not something I expected from Johnny Walker. You're pretty accustomed to their square bottles and their presentation, but this is next level stuff here.
I mean, it's fair to say that this is like almost decanter
Yeah.
level.
The first thing I thought. I'm like, that's a hell of a decanter.
So
the cork alone on that thing, is
quite
gorgeous,
and it pretty much makes it idiot proof.
Yeah.
Tells you right where you need to do it. So while I get this prepared, T, will you?
I shall. On the back of the box, as you take your very first sip of Johnny Walker & Sons XR21-year-old, give it the time it deserves. Time to enjoy each and every layer of rich flavor.
Hang on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very nice. To create this mellow and indulgent blend, I've used an extremely rare 3-stage blending method usually reserved for our most exclusive whiskeys due to the time and complexity required. I crafted a deliciously sweet, creamy, and spicy vanilla core using rare casks of 21-year-old grain whiskeys from the now silent port Dundas Distillery. Individual casks were carefully combined and given extra time for the flavors to marry and the exceptional smoothness to come to foray. When these flavors were perfectly balanced, I introduced further whiskeys matured in American oak, including ex-bourbon casks to further nurture this intense sweet part of this complex blend. With the heart of the blend fully established, I built layer upon layer of rich fruit and malt flavors, drawing on selected reserves of 21-year-old single malt whiskey, including from legendary Speyside distilleries, Mortlach and Cardew.
Oh,
Of course. This exceptional blend of perfectly matured whiskeys is supremely smooth and complex, with intriguing layers of intense. I'm not going to say anymore. I can't say anymore.
yep. Let's get into
I'm
that.
already
after
quite
we've-
intrigued.
And let's be I can smell the aged grain whiskey, and I have never smelled grain whiskey this old before.
Oh,
and
that's
then
rich.
you get to the malt, then you get to like
Yeah,
there's fruity flavors, but it's not the first thing that hits you.
I wasn't kidding about the layering. Even on the nose, it's there. Oh yeah, the fruit.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is the first time in my life I have ever smelled a grain whiskey this old.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have any experience higher than yours. So
No. I mean, like most
Gotta
of our
agree.
older whiskeys are single malt.
wow,
And so this is-
this does have that distinct Cardew Johnny Walker scent to it, but you're right.
With-
The grain and
but
the
it's got
fruit.
that corn grain in there, and
This to me has it's got
it's
that.
like cornbread and fruity malt.
If you walk into a fresh produce section where it's really kind of enclosed and you really can smell the freshness, that's what this reminds me of.
Yeah, I'm getting cornbread.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Oh,
Really, really nice nose. I mean, I love the smell of some of the Johnnies, and I really like Cardew. So this is a fantastic nose.
Well, see,
Oh yeah, we got to drink this. What a
I know,
shame.
I know.
Oh wow. Oh, well, that kind of pops there. Okay. I'm pinpointing on the Cardew, and it's hard not to because we're so used to that flavor.
Oh, wow.
But there's a lot surrounding that Cardew flavor.
There is.
I mean, there's a lot. I'm having trouble just picking one thing out. But
Okay. Give your flavors before I give my flavor impressions. Because I left it on the tongue for 21 seconds. Went up
banana.
and down.
I really taste the oak. There's a rich spiciness that I can't pinpoint what it would be. Maybe a cinnamon, but that's not where my head went first. Banana and oak and just this candied cinnamon spiciness that I can't really.
Yeah, when you don't leave it on there for 20. Now, all right, take a nice, decent drink and leave it on your palate for 21 seconds. Wash it above the tongue, below the tongue. Let it coat the cheeks. Let it coat the top of your mouth. Let all that happen before you let oxygen hit your mouth at second 21. And you're going to have a very interesting, different flavor experience. Because now that I've tried it your way, I understand. But once you let it on it's like, whoa, I must really give some compliments here. It's a different experience from what raisins.
Tobacco.
I got raisins.
There's like a lavender floral.
I immediately got raisins when I opened my mouth.
I can see where you're going with that. Yeah, tobacco-y lavender floral raisin. Wow, that is some complex stuff. This is really, really good. I don't know if it's exactly what I expected, so it's hard to say it met my expectations or exceeded them because I didn't know what to expect with this. But this is intriguing. This is
now I'm
complex
getting rich
and bold.
almonds.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Every time
you go in,
there's something different.
now there's a back of oak to all of it.
Yeah, exactly. The oak is undeniable. So
Whew.
let's see here. Where was the?
It's there on the
Oh,
side
there
and
it
then on
is.
the back.
Okay, so the color is a deep amber, obviously.
Mhm.
The nose, rich fruits and oak, which we kind of touched on, but pretty basic Cardew scent, if we want to be completely honest, with some extra complexities.
And some grain.
And plenty of grain. Blending notes, smooth, indulgent, and complex. Agree. Rich, luscious fruits. Agree. With toffee and hints of vanilla. Okay, yes, definitely vanilla. Cloaked in and that is kind of difficult to read. Warming suede?
I didn't know you could drink suede.
This is handwritten, basically, folks. So I really apologize, but that looks like warming suede.
Let me see.
That's what that looks like to me.
Warming smoke.
Oh, okay. That would make a little more
Cloaked
sense.
in warming smoke.
That makes a little
And then
more
on
sense.
the back here,
Exceptional blend is perfectly matured whiskeys is supremely smooth and complex with intriguing layers of intense toffee, luscious fruits, and a sweet hint of creamy vanilla. Cloaked in warming smoke, it can be savored neat or on the rocks.
I don't know.
You could rock this.
Why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think a droplet of water just to open up some of those flavors, but I don't know. I don't know that I would want this to be chilled.
Understandable. This is just standard 40% ABV.
I would have guessed 45, but okay.
Johnny Walker generally doesn't go too high over 40. Boy, now Tony,
Now I'm getting a little more of that toffee the longer it's sat here, but yeah.
we have a couple of gradings we need to get into here.
Yes, okay.
So, folks, for those who don't know, we grade all spirits on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you need to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. Half star, 0 stars meaning, yeah, you can go about it. So, we're going to grade this on a 5-star scale as a blended scotch, as a scotch, as a cask-aged spirit, its shelving, and then the secret 5th question. So, Tony, as a blended Scotch whiskey, how would you grade Johnny Walker XR21?
I am going to say, as a blended, I will give this a 4, just because there's a lot going on here. This is deep, this is complex, this was carefully crafted as far as a blended Scotch goes. So this is a really, really good representation of blended Scotch. I'd go back in and say there's more here that's going to take several more tries to really unearth all the different blends and flavors that they've got here. This is really intricate for a blended.
I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to go 4.5.
Oh.
I don't know of too many other blended Scotches that can top this. Like, the list is very short. And so, yeah, this is 4.5 stars as a blended Scotch. No, that's too many. Now, as a Scotch, this is putting it up against not only the blended, but also the single malt Scotches.
Okay.
How would you rate this?
As a Scotch, I'm going to say... my immediate thought was 3.5. That deserves at least 3.75.
Why do you say that?
Honestly, I can't give you a valid reason why I can't go 4, but maybe it's the stigma of Johnny Walker, but this presents so well. You know it's a blended Scotch. Like, drinking this, you would know that this isn't a single malt. This is clearly not a single malt. So you have to enjoy a blended Scotch to truly enjoy this, and I think that might throw some people off who are single malt snobs.
Understandable, but that's why I'm still going to disagree with you. Give this 4 stars as a Scotch, because yes, that's a wide world of sports, and there's some really good Scotches out there, but this one bats up there with any of them. This is an excellent blend. It's an excellent Scotch. I could, like, introducing somebody to this would just spoil them. You'd spoil them.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, you can't use this as an introductory because it's too bold and rich and complex.
Every drink is something
I don't know
different.
if it would spoil them or it would confuse them.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would do both.
Yeah.
So I'm going with 4. Now, here's an interesting one. Cask aged spirit. This is putting it up against all the bourbons, the brandies, cognacs, armagnacs, all of the Japanese whiskeys. It's a reposado tequilas, añejo tequilas. It's a wide world of sports.
As a cask aged spirit, this is a 4.25 because it, again, the detail here and the presentation and the complexities and everything that we really like about it, it's all there. Regardless of introducing somebody to whiskey or Scotch or blended Scotch, that's irrelevant at this point. The art form of making whiskey and creating and blending, that's all here. And as a cascade, 4.25.
4.25. I'm going to disagree with you again, T, but only just.
Only just.
just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
I have a feeling.
And as a cask aged spirit, 21 years, masterful blend of 21-year cask aged grain whiskey, 21-year cask aged malt whiskey, all brought together by the master blender within Johnny Walker. I'm giving this not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, bam, 5 stars as a cask aged spirit, folks. It has a new flavor adventure every time you go in. This is what you need to graduate to, folks. Do not start this. This is a whiskey you have to graduate to, all right? You have to have been through a couple of twists and turns, some ups and downs, and know what's what when it comes to whiskey. But boy, howdy. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, T.
I just keep coming back to a spicy banana. I really do. I love bananas, so this is really appealing on that quick sip.
No, I see it.
Flavor.
The spice more than the banana. I'm not getting much banana, but
for me, that's the first thing that comes to me.
So it's interesting that for me, the first one was raisins.
Yeah.
For you, it was banana.
Kind of in the same flavor profile.
Yeah, folks, this is an interesting endeavor. Now, the shelving.
This is a top.
Yeah, this is either a top shelf or you put this like in your little like secret hidden whiskey vault so nobody knows that you have it.
Even if like I found in a box and an empty bottle of this at a garage sale, I'd probably still buy it for $20 and fill it with shitty Johnny Walker just to show it off because it presents that well.
Yeah, and you just hope a few drops are still left. Yeah. And yeah, that's probably what I'm going to use this for in the future is going to be a decanter for other Johnny Walkers.
Yeah, this is gorgeous.
Like this will probably be my Johnny Walker green decanter going forward. But yeah, beautiful bottle, beautiful whiskey, marvelous presentation. Now, the secret fifth question to those who are new to the show. When this bottle runs empty, will I seek another one? This cost me just a little over $120 USD.
That's a steal.
It's that's still a bit of scratch. Yeah, that's still a bit
considering Blue Label is upwards of 200.
I'm now seeing it for 260 in
which
some
is
spots.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
When green is like $60 to $70 a bottle.
Well, now it's like 80.
That's probably still fair.
So yes, folks, the reason I sprang on this is because I saw it for quite a bargain and I wanted to bring this to you, as well as we're going to put this up against other Johnny Walkers in the line so you can have a point of reference. But yes, I will probably seek this one out again. I already know at least one of my brothers is going to love it. So yeah, this one probably, that's why I'm trying to get the reviews out tonight, folks. Now that's been corked, I don't know how long this one's going to last. So, yeah, now, Tony, $120 USD. That's still a lot of scratch for any one bottle.
It's a lot, especially for the Johnny Walker name. I'm a big fan of the green. I'm always going to have a bottle of that on my shelf. And for that price, what would it normally go for? Because we didn't
almost 200, like 180 bucks.
I was going to say this is probably standard about 200. So if I was out of green and I saw this for that price, if I went in shopping for green and they didn't have green and they saw this for that price, yeah, I'm probably just going to take that home with me.
Yeah. So, goodness gracious, Johnny Walker XR21. It's rare when you buy a bottle with a general level of expectation that it actually exceeds it, because now it took me in directions I never thought I was going to go, but it exceeded all expectations. So, well, T, anything you'd like to say to the folks?
This is lovely. Definitely seek this out and try it, even if it's just one gram.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special Spirits review of Johnny Walker XR21, an amazing blended 21-year-old Scotch whiskey, and a bottle I've been hanging on to for way too long.
True.
Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. And you can find this guy right here all over TikTok, YouTube, Spotify, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and the like. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. T, this was quite a good one. Later, folks. Tell you what I'll do. Yes.
If I ever get
Now, folks, we move onward and upward to now number 5, which is a very big departure from what you just saw. Number 5 most popular video in KOE Nation history as it stands today is actually my dad's favorite Bible verse, which is Psalm 23, 1 through 6. Many of you may know it. It's quite famous. It's quite well known. And if you know it, say it with us. Here we go. The number 5 most popular KOE Nation video.
Psalm 23, 1 through 6. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 23, 1 through 6. That is this biblical verse of the week. Folks, if there's a biblical verse you'd like me to read, one that means something to you, you find deeply profound, just let me know in whatever way you can get a hold of me. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless you. Travel well.
And that was number 5, folks. Psalm 23, 1 through 6. Now moving right onward and upward, folks, to number 4. This one is quite interesting. I didn't think this would get 10 views, but it ended up becoming one of my most popular videos of all time from the presidential birthday toast series. This was my presidential birthday toast to one Donald J. Trump. And this one has a whopping, 3,315 views. So here we go. Happy birthday, President Trump. Happy birthday, President Trump. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for the continuation of the Presidential Birthday Toast Series. Today, we raise our glass of Trump wine to President Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. So, whenever you make a video about modern day presidents, you always have to be careful because there's always going to be controversy. You're always going to have
half of your audience is going to be really pissed off, and the other half is going to be like, hooray! And so for this one, I'm just going to give down the line. This is our birthday tribute to when Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. His term was quite the ride, wasn't it, folks? Boy, it was a time. It was an era, and it's one that we're gonna look back on and tell future generations about. We were there. We were there. But yes, Donald J. Trump, one of the only presidents that I know of that appointed 3 Supreme Court justices in one term. And his other big accomplishments, he had a tax cut that was able to pass through the House and Senate, and he got signed. And also, to his credit, love him or hate him, the first president since Harding to not get us into any new wars. So that alone. So folks, wherever you're at, whatever you're drinking, this evening I am going to be drinking in toast a bottle of Trump wine from Trump Vineyard, their Meritage release from Monticello, the 2017. So this was actually, the grapes were grown, harvested, pressed. There we go. They were grown, harvested, and pressed, then fermented, then bottled, then stored, and then brought to market, all while Donald J. Trump served in the White House as the president of these United States. So folks, every last one of you, raise a glass to the 45th president of these United States, one Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So folks, there's a lot more coming down the pike from the Presidential Birthday Toast series. Be sure to stay right here at K.O.E Nation, YouTube and Twitch to find it all. But we will get to those on their day. Today is President Trump's Day. Raise your glass one more time, folks, to Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Excellent, excellent stuff. You need to give it a shot sometime. Their Meritage release from Trump Vineyards. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And what the hey, it's my show. Raise your glass one more time to President Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you around, folks.
And there you have number 4. Now, Bandit had a couple comments here. He said, amen to Psalm 23, not to Trump's drink. And the presidents that I'm missing, I'm mostly missing like the Polk and Fillmores, and there's like, I think about 11 that I need to hit up yet. So I'm going to have to finish that presidential birth, and I need to get Jimmy Carter too. I never got Jimmy Carter. So there's a couple of contemporaries I haven't hit, but I do, like, I got most of the heavy hitters, but there's a few I still need to get. Like, I never got Dwight Eisenhower. So I still have some that I do need to do. So you're right. I probably should pick that up and finish that once and for all. Bandit goes, pretty much every whiskey tournament has been an episode for Grant. Grant wasn't nearly the drunk that he kind of has the reputation of, but the one who really did was Franklin Pierce. That guy was literally a stumble bum drunk who was a high functioning alcoholic. And high functioning is laboring the term. But now, folks, we move on to number 3. This is one that I've always been very proud of. Now, pour yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, because this one's going to take a few minutes, but this one coming in at a whopping 3,461 views, my audiobook reading of All Tomorrows by C.M. Kosman. And where I'm really proud of this is I found footage around my farm that I collected, and it kind of matched each point of the story. So the visuals match what the story is telling you. So this is something I'm actually very proud of. And this, folks, is the 3rd most popular YouTube video I have ever made, All Tomorrows by C.M. Kosman.
All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and varying fortunes of man by C.M. Kosman. To Mars. After millennia of earthbound foreplay, mankind's achievements on a noteworthy level began with its political unification and the gradual colonization of Mars. While the technology to colonize this world had existed for some time, political bickering, shifting agendas, and the sheer inertia of comfortable terrestrial usurping had made this step seem more distant than it actually was. Only when the risks clearly began to present themselves, only when Earth's environment had begun to buckle under the strain of 12 billion industrialized souls, did mankind finally take up the momentous task. All through the decades, traveling to and later settling on Mars had been envisioned as quick, relatively easy affairs, complicated but feasible and manageable in short term. As the push finally came to shove, it was realized that this was not the case. It had to go step by step. Atmospheric bombardment by genetically tailored microbes slowly generated a breathable atmosphere in a cycle that took centuries. Later, a few cometary fragments were knocked off course to bring forth seas, oceans, water. When the wait was finally over, remnants of Earth's flora and fauna were introduced as specifically modified Martian remakes. When everything was ready, people came from their crowded world. They came in one-way ships, fusion rockets, and atmospheric gliders, packed to the brim with colonists, sleeping in dreams of a new beginning. The first steps on Mars were not taken by astronauts, but by barefoot children on synthetic grass. The Martian Americans. For several hundred years, Mars remained as a backwater, prospering but still dim compared to the splendor of Earth, which was glowing brighter than ever before. Thanks to the relocation of environmentally demanding industries to Mars, Earth could usurp everything without having to damage its tired biosphere. This was the terrestrial heyday, the climax of economic, cultural, and social development on old Earth. This, however, was not to last. Like the gradual separation of America from her colonial mother, the governments of Mars adopted a new Martian identity. They became the Martian Americans. The difference between Earth and Mars was not only political. A few generations in the lighter gravity gave the new Americans a spindly, lithe frame that would look surreal in their old home. This, combined with a certain amount of genetic engineering, took the Martians' separation to a new level. For a while, the silent schism between the two planets was mutually accepted, and the balance of power hung in an edgy equilibrium. But the Terra-Martian standoff could not last forever. With limitless resources and an energetic population, Mars was bound to take the lead. Civil war. The Martian turnover was expected to occur in two ways, either through long-term economical gain or by a much shorter but painful armed conflict. For almost 200 years, the former method seemed to take effect, but this gradual stretch eventually did break in a most destructive way. Almost since its establishment, Martian culture was suffused with an explicit theme of rebellion against Earth. Song, motion pictures, and daily publication repeated these notions again and again until they became internalized. Earth was the old, ossified home that held humanity back, while Mars was new, dynamic, active, and inventive. Mars was the future. The ideology eventually reached its semi-paranoid revolutionary apex. Roughly 1,000 years from now, the nations of Mars banned all non-essential trade and travel with Earth. For Earth, it was a death sentence. Without the resources and industries of Mars, the terrestrial heyday would quickly devolve into a pale shadow of its former glory. Since a trade of essential goods continued, nobody would starve. But for every citizen of Earth, the Martian boycott meant the loss of up to 3/4 of their yearly income. Earth had no choice but to reclaim its former privileges, by force if necessary. Centuries after her political unification, Terra geared up for war. Most thinkers and fanaticists of previous times had imagined interplanetary war as a glorious, fast paced spectacle of massive spaceships, one man fighters, and last minute heroics. No fantasy could have been further from the truth. War between planets was a slow, nerve wracking series of precisely timed decisions that spelled destruction on biblical scales. Most of the time, the combatants never saw each other. Most of the time, the combatants were not there at all. War became a duel between complicated, autonomous machines programmed to maximize damage to the other side while trying to last a little longer. Such a conflict caused horrendous destruction on both sides. Phobos, one of Mars' moons, was shattered and rained down as meteorite hail. Earth received a polar impact that killed off 1/3 of its population. Barely escaping extinction, the peoples of Earth and Mars made peace and reforged a united solar system. It had cost them more than 8 billion souls. Star people. The survivors agreed that massive changes were necessary to ensure that such a war never occurred again. These reforms were so comprehensive that they entailed not political, economical, but biological changes as well. One of the greatest differences between the people of the two planets was that over time, they had almost become different species. It was believed that the solar system could never completely unify until this discrepancy was overcome. The answer was a new human subspecies, equally and better adapted not only to Earth and Mars, but to the conditions of most newly terraformed environments as well. Furthermore, these beings were envisioned with larger brains and heightened talents, making them greater than the sum of their predecessors. Normally, it would be hard to convince any population to make a choice between mandatory sterilization and parenting a newfangled race of superior beings. However, memories of the war were still painfully fresh, and it was easier to implement these radical procedures in the wake of such slaughter. Any resistance to the birth of the new species did not extend beyond meager complaints and trivial strikes. In only a few generations, the new race began to prove its worth. Organized as a single state and aided by the technological development of the war, they rapidly terraformed and colonized Venus, the asteroids, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Soon, however, even the domain of soul grew too small. The new people who inherited it wanted to go further, to new worlds under distant stars. They were to become the star people. Colonization and the mechanical otopi. Even for the star people, interplanetary travel was a momentous task. Early minds had boggled over the problem, and fantasies such as faster than light travel and hyperspace emerged as the only solutions. Simply put, it was impossible to take a large number of people with enough supplies to even the closest star to make colonization feasible. The existing technologies could only slug among a mere percentage of light speeds, making the journey an epoch-spanning affair. Enormous generations ships were conceived and even built, but these succumbed to technical difficulties or onboard anarchy after a few cycles. The solution was to first go there and make the colonists later. To this end, fast and small automated ships were sent forth to the stars. On board were semi-sentient machines programmed to replicate and terraform the destination and construct its inhabitants from the genetic materials stored on board. A bizarre problem plagued such attempts. The first generation of humans to be manufactured sometimes developed a strange affection for the machines that made them. They rejected their own kind and perished after the massive identity crisis that followed. The technological Opetus complex was not uncommon. Nearly half of all the colony founding attempts were lost through it. Even then, however, the remaining half was enough to fill humanity's own spiral arm of the galaxy. The summer of man. Right after mankind's colonization of the galaxy came its first true golden age. Reared by machine prophets, the survivors of the Opetal plague built civilizations that equaled and even surpassed their solar forebears. This diffusion across the heavens did not mean a loss. Across the skies, steady flows of electromagnetic communications linked mankind's worlds with such efficiency that there was no colony that did not know about the goings on of her distant siblings. The free flow of information meant, among other things, a vastly accelerated pace of technological growth. What couldn't be figured out in one world was helped out by another, and any new developments were quickly made known to all in a realm that spanned centuries of light. Not surprisingly, the living standards rose to previously unimaginable levels. While this did not exactly mean a galactic utopia, it was safe to say that people of the colonized galaxy lived lives in which labor, both menial and mental, was purely compulsory. Thanks to the richness of the heavens and the toil of machines, each person had access to material and cultural wealth greater than that of some nations today. During all this development, a curious phenomenon was observed. While alien life was abundant in the stars, no one had encountered any signs of true intelligence. Some attributed this to an overall rarity, while others went as far as divine influence, resurrecting religion. Regardless of the theorizing, one question went truly and utterly unanswered. What would really happen if mankind ever ran into its equals or superiors in space? An early warning. During those times, a small discovery of immense implications warned humanity that it might not be alone. On a newly colonized world, engineers had stumbled across the remains of a puzzling creature, considered so because it had every hallmark of terrestrial animals on an alien planet. Justifiably named Pandoravis Pandora, the colossal fossil belonged to a bird-like creature with enormous claws. Later, research determined it to be a highly derived therizinosaur from a lineage of herbivore dinosaurs that died out millions of years ago on Earth. While every other large land animal on that colony world had 3 limbs, a copper-based skeletal system, and hydrostatically operated muscles, Pandoravis was a typical terrestrial vertebrate with calcium-rich bones and 4 extremities. Finding it there was as unlikely as finding an alien creature in Earth's own strata. For some, it was irrefutable proof of divine creation. The religious resurgence, fueled at first by mankind's apparent loneliness in the heavens, got even more intensified. Others saw it differently. Pandoravis had shown humans that entities powerful enough to visit Earth, take animals from there, and adapt them to an alien world were at large in the galaxy. Considering the time gulf of the fossil itself, the mysterious beings were millennia older than humanity when they were capable of such things. The warning was clear. There was no telling what would happen if mankind suddenly ran into this civilization. A benevolent contact was obviously preferred and even expected, but it paid to be prepared. Silently, humanity once again began to build and stockpile weapons, this time of the interplanetary potency. There were terrible devices, capable of novaing stars and wrecking entire solar systems. Sadly, even these preparations would prove to be ineffectual in time. Q. The first contact was bound to happen. The galaxy, let alone the universe, was simply too big for just a singular species to develop intelligence in. Any delay in contact only meant a heightening of the eventual culture shock. In humanity's case, this culture shock meant the complete extinction of mankind as it had come to be known. Almost a billion years old, the alien species known as Q were galactic nomads, traveling from one spiral arm to another in epoch-spanning migrations. During their travels, they constantly improved and changed themselves until they became masters of genetic and nanotechnological manipulation. With this ability to control the material world, they assumed a religious, self imposed mission to remake the universe as they saw fit. Powerful as gods, Q saw themselves as the divine harbingers of the future. This dogma was rooted in what had been a benevolent attempt to protect the race from its own power. However, blind, unquestioning obedience had made monsters of the Q. To them, humanity, with all of its relative glories, was nothing more than a transmutable subject. Within less than 1,000 years, every human world was destroyed, depopulated, or even worse, changed. Despite the fervent rearmament, the colonies could achieve nothing against its billion-year-old foes, save for a few flashes of ephemeral resistance. Humanity, once the rulers of the stars, was now extinct. However, humans were not. Man extinguished. The worlds of humanity, gardens of terraformed paradise, seemed strangely empty to the Q. Often there were no raw materials available other than people, their cities, and a few basic niches of ecology, populated by genetically modified animals and plants from Earth. This was because humans had erased the original alien ecologies in the first place. Offended by another race trying to remake the universe, the Q set forth to punish these infidels by using them as the building materials of their vision. While this led to a complete extinguishment of human sentience, it also saved the species by preserving its genetic heritage in a myriad of strange new forms. Populated by ersat humans, now in every guise from wild animals to pets to genetically modified tools. Q reigned supreme for 40 million years on the worlds of our galaxy. They erected kilometer-high monuments and changed the surfaces of entire worlds, apparently to whim. One day, they departed as they came, for theirs was a never-ending quest, and they would not, could not stop until they had swept through the entire cosmos. Behind them, the Q left 1,000 worlds, each filled with bizarre creatures and ecologies that had once been men. Most of them perished right after their caretakers left. Others lasted a little longer to succumb to long-term instabilities. On a precious few worlds, descendants of people actually managed to survive. In them lay the fate of the species, now divided and differentiated beyond recognition. Worms. Their world lay under a scorching sun, its intensity made monstrous through the inventions of the bygone Q. The surface lay littered with husks of dead cities, baking endlessly like shattered statues in a derelict oven. Yet life remained on this unforgiving place. Forest of crystalline plants blanketed the surface, recycling oxygen for the animal life that teemed underground. One such species, barely longer than the arms of their ancestors, was the sole surviving vertebrate. Furthermore, it was the planet's last heir of the star people. Distorted beyond recognition by genetic modification, they looked for all the world like pale, overgrown worms. Tiny, feeble feet and hands modified for digging were all that betrayed their noble heritage. Aside from these organs, All was simplified for the life underground. Their eyes were pinpricks. They lacked teeth, external ears, and the better half of their nervous system. The lives of these Ezrat people did not extend beyond digging aimlessly. If they encountered food, they devoured it. If they encountered others of their kind, they sometimes devoured them too. But mostly they mated and multiplied and managed to preserve a single shred of their humanity in their genes. In time, it would do them good. Titans. On the endless savanna of a long extinguished colonial outpost, enormous beasts roamed supreme. More than 40 meters long by terrestrial measurements, these behemoths were actually the transmuted offspring of the star people. Several features betrayed their human ancestry. They still retained stubby thumbs on their elephantine front feet, now useless for any sort of precise manipulation except for uprooting trees. They compensated this loss by developing their lower lip into a muscular, trunk-like organ that echoed the elephants of Earth's past. As bestial as they seemed, the Titans were among the smartest of the reduced submen that remained in the galaxy. Their hulking stance allowed for a developed brain, and gradually sentience reemerged. With their lip trunks, they fashioned ornate wood carvings, erected hangar-like dwellings, and even began a form of primitive agriculture. With settled life came the inevitable flood of language and literature. Myths and legends of a bygone, half-remembered past were told in booming voices across the vast plains. It was easy to see, within a few 100,000 years, humanity could start again with these titanic primitives. Sadly, as a catastrophic ice age took over the Titans' homeworld, the gentle giants disappeared, never to return. Predators and prey. Devolved predators were common among humanity's feral worlds. Most of the time, they resembled the vampires, werewolves, and goblins of bygone lore, hunting equally subhuman prey with a combination of derived weaponry. Some had enormous heads with large, killing teeth. Others tore their victims apart with talon-like feet. But the most common kinds bore modified fingers and thumbs, bristling with razor-sharp claws. The most efficient of these predators lived on one of mankind's first off-world colonies. In addition to paw-like hands with switchblade thumbs, they also had grasping tooth-studded jaws on disproportionate heads with large, sensitive ears. All of these served to make them the dominant predators on their home planet. They ran the prairies, stalked the forest, and ranged through the mountains in pursuit of different people. Herbivores, saltators with bird-like legs. While their prey lapsed into complete animosity, the hunters managed to keep the spark of intelligence alive in their evolutionary honing. Mantelopes. Not all devolved people lapsed into complete bestiality. Some held on to their minds while losing all of their physiological advantages to the genetic meddling of the Q. A singular species was a prime exemplar. They had been bred as singers and memory retainers, acting much like living recorders during the reign of Q. When their masters left, they barely survived, reverting into a quadrupedal stance and occupying a niche as grazing herd animals. This change was so abrupt that the newly evolved mantelopes endured only due to the forgiving sterility of their artificial biosphere. The mantelopes, equipped with full, if slightly numbed, human minds and completely disabled animal bodies, lived agonizing lives. They could see and understand the world around them, but due to their bodies, they could do nothing to change it. For centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss. Entire religions and oral traditions were woven around this crippling racial disability, as dramatic and detailed as any on bygone Earth. Fortunately, The selective forces of evolution made their agony a short-lived one. Simply put, a brain was not advantageous to develop if it could not be put to good use. A dim-witted, half-minded mantelope grew up faster than a smart one and grazed just as efficiently. The mantelope's animal children overtook them in less than 100,000 years, and their melancholic world fell silent for good. Nothing was sacred in the evolutionary process. Swimmers. Perhaps because their life cycle involved an aquatic larval stage, the Q had transmuted a large number of their human subjects into a bewildering array of aquatic creatures. Taken care of by specially bred attendants, these post-human water babies came in every shape and size imaginable. There were limbless, ribbon-like varieties of eel people, whale-like behemoths, decorative people who swam by squirting water out of their hypertrophied mouths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless wallowers that served as food stock. All of them were perfectly domesticated. All of them went extinct when their masters left. All save a few lightly mutated generalized forms. These swimmers still resembled their human ancestors to a large degree. They had no artificial gills. Their hands were still visible through their front flippers. Their feet were splayed affairs that functioned like a pair of tail flukes. Recognizable human eyes peeked through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though not in words, and never in sentient understanding. For millennia, they swam the oceans of their ecologically stunted world, feeding on diversifying kinds of fish and crustaceans, survivors of the food stock originally imported from Earth. With the intervention of the Q gone, natural selection resumed. The swimmers became more streamlined to better catch their fast prey. The prey responded by getting even faster, or evolving defensive countermeasures such as armor, spikes, or poison. Their evolution back on track, the swimmers drifted further and further away from their sentient ancestry. They would wait for a long time indeed to taste that blessing again. Lizard herders. They were the lucky ones. Instead of unrecognizably distorting them as they had done to most of their subjects, the Q had merely erased their sentience and stunted the development of their brains. Distantly resembling their ancient forebears on Earth, the primitives led feral lives for an unnaturally long time. They never regained sentience after the Q left, despite having every incentive to do so. This was partially due to the total absence of predators on their garden world, resulting in no advantage for intelligence. Furthermore, the Q had made some small but integral changes to their brain, tweaking the structure of the cerebellum so that certain features associated with heuristic learning could never emerge again. Once again, the reasons for these baffling changes remained known only to the Q. The dumb people eventually settled in a symbiosis with some of the other creatures that inhabited their planet. They began to instinctively farm some of the large herbivore reptiles, ancestors of which were brought from Earth as pets. Soon, the balance of this mutualism began to tip in the reptiles' favor. The tropical climate of the planet gave them an inherent advantage, and they underwent a spectacular radiation of different species. They encountered no competition from the only large mammals on the planet, the brain-neutered descendants of the starfarers. Faced with a reptilian turnover, the only adaptation the submen could muster was to slip quietly into bestial oblivion. Temptor. In the Temptor's case, the remodeling was done with an almost artistic enthusiasm. How they managed to survive in their bizarre form was not clear. Their ancestors were used as sessile decoration, and through some miracle of adaptation, they had endured. No human would have recognized them as their descendants. The females were beaked cones of flesh some 2 meters tall, rooted in soil like grotesque carnivorous plants. The males, on the other hand, resembled contorted bipedal monkeys. Unlike their mates, they were perfectly ambulatory. Dozens of them ran around the female mounds like so many imps. Some would gather food, others would clean the females, while others would stand on guard for danger. Although their actions looked purposeful, the males had no will of their own. In tempter society, females controlled everything. Using a combination of vocal and pheromonal signals, they guided the masculine hordes into any number of menial tasks, while mating with the strongest, the most obedient, and the dumbest to produce even better drones. On certain periods, they would also give birth to a few precious females who would be carried away by subservient males to root themselves. It was a terribly efficient hegemony that would certainly give rise to civilization in a matter of centuries had fate not intervened. As a stray comet obliterated the tempter's mound forest, one of humanity's best chances for reemergence was cruelly swept away. Bone Crusher. Through the deliberate modification of Q and the blind modeling of evolution, the heavens came to be populated with creatures that would put the myths of their ancestors to shame. Their ancestors were pint-sized pets of Q that were bred for the dazzling colors of their tooth-derived beaks. When their masters left, most of these pampered creatures died, with no one or nothing left to take care of them. But some, belonging to the hardiest breeds, survived. In less than a geological eye blink of a few million years, the descendants of such creatures radiated into the evolutionary vacuum of their garden world. One lineage led to a profusion of human herbivores. These were preyed upon by a variety of enamel-beaked raptors, each evolved to deal with a specific prey. Among these generalized niches were entire assemblages of specialized animals, resembling anything from ibis-billed swamp sifters to splendorous forms with bizarre crests that flared out of their toothy beaks. There were even secondary sentient forms in the shape of ogre-like bone crushers. To an observer of today, they would indeed be the stuff of nightmares. 3 meters tall and hairy, sporting vicious thumb claws and enormous beaks that suited their scavenging diet. Despite their shortcomings, these corpse-eating primitives were one of the first species to attain intelligence, and although primitive, a level of civilization. All of this proved the fallacy of human prejudice in the post-human galaxy. A creature could feed on putrefying meat, stink like a grave, and express its affection by defecating on others, but it might as well be your own grandchild and the last hope of mankind. In eventuality, however, not even the bone crushers fulfilled this promise. Their dependency on carrion for food limited their population severely, and their medieval civilization crumbled after a few uneventful millennia. Colonials. Their world had given the toughest resistance against the Q onslaught. So tough, in fact, that they had turned back 2 successive waves of the invaders, only to succumb to the third. The Q, with their twisted sense of justice, wanted to make them pay. Even extinction would be too light a punishment for resisting the star gods. The humans of the rogue world needed a sentence that would remind them of their humiliation for generations to come. So they were made into disembodied cultures of skin and muscle, connected by a skimpy network of the most basic nerves. They were employed as living filtering devices, subsisting on the waste products of Q civilization like mats of cancer cells. And just to witness and suffer their wretched fate, their eyes, together with their consciousness, were retained. For 40 million years they suffered. Generation after generation were born into the most miserable of lives while absorbing the pain of all that they were going through. When the Q left, They hoped for a quick extinction, but their lowliness had also made them efficient survivors. Unchecked by the Q, the colonials spread across the planet in quilt like fields of human flesh. After an eternity of tortured lives, the human fields tasted something that could almost be described as hope. Flyers. They were not uncommon at all in the domain of Q. At least a dozen worlds sported human derived flying species of one kind or another. Most resembled the bats or the petrosaurs of bygone past, dancing through the anther like angels or demons, depending on the point of view. There were a few bizarre kinds that relied on swollen gas glands for floating as well. Sadly, most of these creatures were already too specialized to be anything but flyers. They had forsaken their humanity for the conquest of the sky. They had little potential for further radiation beyond their limited roles. The only exception proved out to be a monkey like species that flew on wing membranes stretched across the last two fingers. Their advantage was a unique turbine like heart, artificially developed during the regime of the Q. No other human flyer in the galaxy had such an adaptation. The starfish shaped organ sat in the middle of their chest, directly funneling oxygen from the lungs to the bloodstream in a supremely efficient way. This meant that the flyers could develop energy consuming adaptations such as large brains without having to give up their power of flight. Not that the flyers were going to reclaim their sentience right away. Instead, they literally exploded into skies, filling the heavens with anything from bomber sized sailors to impossibly fast predators that raced with sound. Their world was pristine, and there were plenty of niches to play into. Intelligence could wait a little more. Hand flappers. Some flying post humans reapproached sentience in an entirely different way. Without the augmented metabolisms or the gravitational advantages of their siblings on distant planets, they had no choice but to give up their power of flight in order to develop further. The hand flappers were one such species. Their wings, once used for butterfly like flutters in an unearthly garden of Q, had shrunken and reverted back into their manual condition. Their legs were likewise readapted, but they bore a splayed awkwardness from their perching ancestry. Only a singular and an almost sadistically simple flaw held them back from developing civilization. In the course of their secondary atrophy, the wings of the hand flappers had become useless as hands as well. Their flag like appendages were very useful in signaling and mating dances, but they couldn't hurl missiles, construct shelter, or even manufacture basic stone tools. All that they could do with their useless hands was to display each other's sexual availability. So the hand flappers did just that, flashing and dancing their way into oblivion. Blind folk. When the Q came, they dug in and dug in deep. Inside several continent sized shelters under their besieged world, they waited for the invaders to pass them by. It was a futile gamble. The Q located the shelter caves and remade their inhabitants without effort. The shelters became home to an entirely different ecology, a realm of perpetual darkness, fueled by the trickle of water and nutrients from the world outside. A surprisingly complex ecology developed on this scarce resource. Gigantic pale insects, the descendants of common house pests, competed with dolly-esque birds and rodents over fields of overgrown fungi. Predators were not uncommon. Almost crocodilian fish patrolled the underground streams, and vast, blind bats, echolocating with unnerving precision, took their toll on the residents of the cave floor. The kilometer high ceiling of the shelters glowed in the dark with protein constellations of bioluminescent fungi, and in some cases, animals. People were present here as well. albeit in unfamiliar forms. They were more often heard than seen as they tried to find their way in the dark with banshee like screams. These albino troglodytes lived in a realm where sound and touch, not sight, was the gateway of perception. They had developed long, tactile fingers, enormous whiskers, and mobile ears to live in the dark. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but a patch of hauntingly, flawlessly smooth skin. Their perfect adaptation to the world of darkness had erased the most basic feature of human recognition. As adapted as they were doomed. Before the blind folk could develop any kind of intelligence to crawl out of their geographical graves, the glacial construction of their world's continental plates snuffed out the shelters one by one. Lopsiders. The Q were grotesquely creative in their redesign of the human worlds. One group of misfortunate souls they transported to a planet with 36 times the amount of normal gravity and made them over for life in this bizarrely inhospitable realm. The results of these experiments resembled nightmare sketches of Bosch, Dali, or Picasso. They looked like cripples squashed between sheets of glass. 3 out of their 4 limbs had become paddle like organs for crawling. Only one of their arms remained as spindly tool of manipulation. This singular wizened limb also doubled as an extra sensor, like the antenna of an insect. Their faces were different horrors altogether, all pretensions of symmetry. The hallmark of terrestrial animals from jawless fish onward were completely and utterly done away with. One bulging eye stared directly upward while the other scanned ahead in the direction of the creature's vertically opening jaw. The ears were likewise distorted. Monstrous as they looked, these X-Men thrived in their heavy gravity environment. Once again, there was the usual explosion of species into every available niche, and the Lopsiders consolidated their chances for renewed sentience. Striders. While the Lopsiders were redesigned to live under extreme gravity, another species had been adapted for life under the exact opposite conditions on a Jovian moon with 1/5 of Earth's gravity. It was a world of wonders where even the grass grew almost 10 meters tall and the trees were beyond belief, towering to sizes attained only by the skyscrapers of antiquity. In these surreal forests lived equally spectacular fauna, the descendants of pets, pests, and livestock of humans, who in turn had been reduced to animosity as well. One could see them in the league tall forests, almost dancing among the trees as they reared higher and higher to browse. Their arms, legs, and necks had been stretched impossibly thin. Great flaps of skin blossomed throughout their bodies to dispense waste heat. Sometimes they would even change their color in order to reflect light and keep cool. Overheating was a great problem for their grotesquely tall, thin bodies. Although imposing, these geocomentian wraiths were overdeveloped as to be sickeningly fragile. Even on their gravitationally forgiving world, a fall could shatter their bones, and slipping down from a branch would prove to be fatal. Sometimes, on the open plains, even a strong wind could bring them down like the toppling masts. They survived entirely due to the merciful conditions of their garden world, which were about to change drastically. About 2 million years after the Q left these towering works of human art, a lineage of fearsome predators evolved from the terrestrial poultry that had gone feral on the planet, resembling attenuated versions of their dinosaur ancestors. The predators swept through the garden world like wildfires, extinguishing any species too fragile to escape or resist. The peaceful, delicate striders were among the first to go. Parasites. Humanity had diverged into two separate lineages on their world. On one hand, there were several races of almost Australopithecine cripples, degraded by the Q for managing to turn back their initial wave of invasion. Yet simple atavism was too light a punishment for them. Their twisted relatives, the parasite, made up the second part of their sentence. There were actually several kinds of parasitic X people, ranging from tortoise sized ambulatory vampires to the most common fist sized variety that lived attached to their host. There were even tiny endoparasitic kinds that infested the wombs of their female victims like ghastly living abortions. All of these evolutionary tortures were played out under the careful scrutiny of the Q for 40 million years. The punishment was so baroque, so elaborate, that most of the artificial parasite host relationships died out when the Q left. Some submen learned to cleanse their tick like relatives by drowning, burning, or even eating them. Others, like the vaginal parasites, died out as their aggressive method of parasitism effectively sterilized their host. Yet one or two varieties did manage to cling on to their host with abdominal suckers, muscular, gripping limbs, and sterile, pain soothing saliva. But their success did not lie entirely in the strength of their parasitical advantages. They also learned to regulate their dumb hosts, not killing them by over infestation and thus ensuring their own long term survival as well. In any case, totally single sided relations were rare in any ecology, natural or artificial. In millennial cycles, the cousin species' vicious parasitism began to give way into something more beneficial for both sides. Finger fishers. Their ancestors were trapped on an archipelago world, a planet sprinkled with many small continents and countless islands over interconnected networks of calm, shallow seas. Like a magnified Aegina, this place was a terrestrial paradise in many respects, except that after the Q, no minds were left to enjoy it. On this vacant biosphere, evolution was quick to begin her blind, unpredictable dance. Once feral, the descendants of degenerate humans adapted themselves to every available niche. No matter how exotic, how outlandish. One group learned to pluck fish from the lazy shores. Millennia passed as they settled more into their piscatorial lifestyle. Elongated fingers became ambulatory fishhooks. Teeth modified for a generalized diet became needle like affairs, lined up neatly in a long, thin muzzle. In less than a few million years, the finger fishers established themselves as a prominent lineage. There was scarcely a beach, an island, or an estuary that was devoid of their pale, lanky form. As prolific as they were, the fishers were still no better than animals. Their humanity would come only after another spasm of outlandish adaptations. Hedonists. Even the blissful existence of the finger fishers would have seemed bothersome to the hedonists, for their kind was not evolved, but designed for a life of pleasure. The Q had kept them as pampered pets, set loose in a tropical island world of succulent fruits, bountiful trees, and calm, lapping lakes full of sweet bacterial manna. Furthermore, the hedonists were left as the only animal life on this place. They had no choice but to enjoy it to the fullest. In normal conditions, any given species would quickly crowd out such a utopian environment. But normal conditions were never the point of the Q redesign. They had altered their subjects so that they could conceive only after mating an enormous number of potential suitors, continually over a period of decades. While this took care of the population problem, it also made the species less adaptable. Without any point in sexual competition, natural selection would progress only at a glacial pace. Fortunately, their stable microcosm remained free of environmental catastrophes even after the Q left. All these changes had made the hedonist day. Their lives were juxtaposed routines of browsing, sleeping, and mind blowing sex. Troubled neither by the concerns of disease or pregnancy, aloof and carefree, they enjoyed the most pleasurable times of all mankind's, albeit with the intellectual capabilities of 3-year-olds. It didn't really matter, though. Who needed to think when having such a nice time, after all? Insectophagi, nondescript, quaint human species abound in the post Q galaxy. Hundreds of them lived out simple, unnoticed lives, never developing to become sentient, never learning their true heritage as star-born human beings. Most of them went extinct, not to be missed or even remembered. Those that lingered on managed to survive in shady, quiet niches, never again making any impact on the celestial scheme of things. One such species was the insectophagi. They had quietly adapted themselves for a diet of colonial insects and small animals. They had faces covered with leathery plates, claw-like hands to dig out prey, and worm-like tongues to scoop them up. All in all, they weren't special in any particular way, but a combination of galactic invasions, coincidence, and pure luck would later make them the longest enduring of all starmen. The meek would inherit the cosmos, though not just yet. For now, the insectophagi were concerned only with the location of insect colonies and the onset of mating season. Spacers. It must be remembered that the star people did not succumb entirely to the Q invasions. While their worlds fell away one by one, some star people took refuge in the void of space. One after another, entire communities scrambled into generation ships and had cast themselves off into the darkness, hoping to go unnoticed by the beings that had overrun the galaxy. Desperate times made for desperate measures. As the Starmen had observed during their initial colonization of the galaxy, life in generation ships inevitably led to mass insanity and anarchy. This time, humanity had to adapt themselves or face extinction. Entire asteroid fields were confiscated and hollowed out to make spaceships of unseen size. These hollow shells cradled bubbles of precious air and water, but no artificial gravity of any kind. It was discovered that a purely ethereal existence would ease the stress of interstellar exile, provided that its inhabitants were adapted for life inside such an environment. Furthermore, people were forced to change themselves. In an atmospherically sealed, gravity free environment, their bones were left free to grow longer, thinner, spindlier. Their circulatory and digestive systems were pressurized to avoid heart problems and congestion. The latter change had another advantageous side effect. Humans could navigate through the void with jets of air expelled from modified anuses. Such experiments were numerous and usually plagued with failure, yet they did succeed in creating a future, sealed tight in their moon-sized, air-filled, weightless havens. The descendants of the star people managed to evade the scourge of Q. It was an endless diaspora. Even after the Q left, they would find themselves too divergent to have anything to do with their ancestral lifestyles. The survivors of the initial hurdle would never set foot on a planet again. Ruin haunters. A particular human species singled out by its lucky access to the heritage of its stellar ancestors would eventually get to play a leading role in the shape of things to come. They had gotten through the Q invasion with relatively little degradation. Yes, they had been reduced to the level of apes, but their recovery had been quick. Apparently, the Q had not worked as hard at suppressing their intelligence. nor had they made a comparable effort to wipe away the material traces of the Starmen. Even after millions of years, enormous ruins of the global urban spaces littered the continent of their world. Thus did the ruin haunters earn their name. With developed minds and unrestricted access to the wisdom of the ancient cities, the exponential pace of their development was only natural. One by one, they deciphered and built upon the secrets of the bygone star people until they almost equaled their galactic ancestors in wisdom and skill. All this development happened in an unnaturally short period of time, and sometimes the old technologies were not even understood as they were blindly replicated. Needless to say, such a pace of development put premature stress on the social and political structures of the ruin haunters. They barely survived the 5 consecutive world wars that raked their planet, 2 of which were thermonuclear exchanges. They made it through. Their baptism by fire had hardened and awakened them. The wars united them politically and pushed their technological capabilities even beyond the level of the Starmen. Coincidentally, they also developed a dangerous form of autochthonous madness. The ruin haunters had come to believe that they were the sole descendants and the true heirs of the star people, and they were ready and willing to do anything in order to claim their fictitious bygone golden age. Sentience reborn. If any sort of periodical arrangement can be brought to the history of mankind, the post-Q era of emerging human animals can be likened to a series of millennial dark ages. However, like any dark age situation, these periods of silence had finite lifespans. One by one, like stars emerging from the fog, new civilizations were born out of the shattered remnants of mankind. In some cases, the recovery was swift and straightforward. In most other situations, it came only after a lengthy series of adaptive radiations, extinctions, and secondary diversifications. Within these lines of descent, there was as much distance between the initial post-humans and their intelligent descendants as between the first crustacean fuzzballs and Homo sapiens. Sooner or later, human intelligence returned to the cosmos. But except for their shared ancestry, these new people had nothing in common with people of today or even each other. Extinction. Not all human animals made it through. In fact, it must be realized that the majority of post-Q humans died out during the eras of transition. Extinction, the utter and absolute death of an entire family, entire community, entire species, was rampant in the galaxy. There was nothing cruel or dramatic in all of this. Extinction was as common and natural as speciation. Sometimes a species failed to adapt to competition or the abrupt change of conditions. In other occasions, their numbers dwindled across imperceptible gulfs of time. This way or the other, human animals faded out. In all this death, however, there was new life. As one species vacated a certain niche, others would soon step in to take its place. Adaptive radiations would follow, filling in the blanks with a myriad of diverse and varied forms. Despite the fallen, the flow of life would proceed, blazing in constant turnover. Snake people, descendants of the worms. The scorching sun eventually cooled down, and life flooded back to the surface of her subterranean stronghold. As animals of all kinds exploded into the terrestrial niches that had been left vacant for millennia, so did the descendants of the worms. On the surface, they found new opportunities as entire assemblages of serpentine grazers, swimmers, predators, and people. One form, descended from tree-climbing mammalian snakes, re-evolved the human intelligence that had lain dormant for so long. They observed, contemplated, philosophized with novel, spirally coiled brains, and handled the world with a singular pelvic hand born out from the remnants of their ancestors' feet. They looked nothing at all like their distant human ancestors, but their social development followed a similar path. Several agricultural world empires, followed by industrial revolutions, social experiments, world wars, civil wars, globalization. But then again, socio-political parallelism in history did not necessarily imply a similar or even recognizable human world. Modern cities of the global snake world were tangles of pipe like roads, branching three-dimensional railroads and windowless, hole like buildings. Through their knotted architecture differed from region to region, these settlements generally looked like kilometer wide balls of glass, metal, plastic, and cloth, wrapped so tightly that a human of today would find it impossible to move inside them. Plazas and open areas were totally absent, as they presented navigational obstacles and areas of insecurity. Their evolutionary background in the trees had made the snake people into borderline agoraphobes. None of these, of course, was unusual to the snakes in any way. Their relatively alien lifestyle was as particular to them as ours is to us. All across their world, the arterial cities throbbed with people, each with their own joys, sorrows, chores, living out lives as human as any other intelligent beings. Killer folk, descendants of the human predators. The carnivores also rebounded into civilization. Their journey involved a series of changes during which they lost the adaptations which had allowed them to endure as the top predators of their world. The saber teeth, once used for slashing through sinew and trachea, became fragile and thin, only used as organs of social display. The hook like thumb claws were also reduced, but not deleted. In their place, the last two digits rotated perpendicularly to become newfangled graspers. All this graciality, however, did not mean weakness. Although they were no longer specialized for hunting, the killer folk could still kill with their bare hands, but only if they really wanted to. What enormous claws and teeth could not do, they could easily achieve with bow, arrow, flintlock repeater, or gas rifle. Their descendants from predators gave the killer folk a unique social profile. Almost all of their religions and rituals allowing for periods of completely natural, animalistic hunts and duels. This necessity of venting these atavistic urges also led to the formation of religious hunter nobilities, privileged warriors who were skilled at the art of hunting, war, and murder. Entire societies were assembled underneath these ruling classes, orderly communities that erupted once every year into an orgy of death, sex, and prayer. For thousands of years, nomadic warriors, together with their vast herds of once human livestock, chased and battled each other across a chessboard of continents. All of this chaos was to be swept away with the advent of modernity. In a development comparable to an industrial revolution, one nation pack of killers devised methods of settled, intensive factory farming, organized state structure, secularism, and technological leapfrogging were quick to follow. Needless to say, such developments polarized the world into bands of progressive, developed factory herders and increasingly fanatical hunting states. While one side condemned their old animal ways, the other side embraced them with blind zealotry. This was their crisis of modernity, the balkanization of the progressive and conservative factions on the road to global unity. Fortunately, the killers managed to pull themselves through, even after drifting dangerously close to global conflicts at certain points. Tool breeders, descendants of the swimmers. They used to be simple creatures, descendants of a battered people that had taken to the sea. Their remote sapient ancestors would have given such beings no chance of a sentient comeback, for they thought that technological advances were impossible in the fluid medium of the oceans. But the swimmers disproved such predictions by founding one of the most advanced and most outrageously alien cultures of the entire human lineage. Fire, the cornerstone of industrial engineering, was almost impossible to sustain and use underwater. But the breeders simply chose another path when complex tool making proved impractical. They began to breed their tools and machines for them. It had started long before the species was even intelligent. In the endless variety of life in the seas, the swimmers always adopted and controlled the organisms that were useful in some way. Once domesticated, these creatures were willingly or unintentionally modified through artificial selection and conditioning. The process was slow, but once underway, these effects were formidable. A modern city of the breeders was a sight to behold. Huge heart like creatures pumped out nutritious fluids to a network of self repairing living conduits. This was their equivalent of a power grid, and it reached every single one of the breeders' huge exoskeleton dwellings, powering bioluminescent lights, flickering cephalopod skin televisions, medicinal sea squirts, and countless other devices that had been bred from living creatures. The advances in biology had risen exponentially until genetic engineering was completely mastered. Modern breeders did not even need to use animals. A simple manipulation of cultured tissues and stem cells could give solutions to any problem at hand. The mastery of genetics had conquered many obstacles. The yawning ocean depths, as well as the planet's few tiny land masses, were now firmly within the breeder's grasp. However, they were not content with mere planetary dreams. New forms and bizarre creatures were still being developed in daring attempts to conquer the one realm that was most hostile to life. Sealed in their living ships, the breeders wished to return to the stars. Sarasapiens, livestock of the lizard herders. One of humanity's eventual inheritors was not even human. They came from the reptilian stock that had proliferated during the demise of the lizard herders. Theirs was a true case of a world turned upside down. As the humans degenerated into witless animals, the cold blooded reptiles prospered in the tropical climate of their planet. Millennia passed and they begun to produce increasingly smarter forms, one of which distantly resembled featherless versions of the predatory dinosaurs of the past, actually crossed over the threshold of sentience and built up a civilization. These fledgling creatures were quick to understand the true origins of the monstrous ruins littering their planet. Ruins that until then had been considered natural aberrations or timeless memorabilia of gods. Now, however, they saw the intermingled ruins of the Q and the Star people for what they really were. It was through this understanding that the biologically unrelated Saros took up the cultural identity of humanity. In their archaeological efforts, the Saros began to understand that the animals that they used for food and labor were descended from the founders of their very existence. And somewhere in the stars lurked the forces that malformed them, forces greater than the star people, dark forces that might someday return. The human animals served as a reminder, just as Pandaravis had, that if the Saurosapiens wanted to assume their continued existence in the cosmos, they had to be watchful. The pressure of such a reality put their cultures under enormous stress. Some factions turned to made up religions and remained ignorant under an umbrella of comforting fantasies. Others acknowledged the threat of the galaxy, but reverted to a paranoid rhetoric of conservationism. The galaxy had scared them greatly. Finally, there were those who saw the galactic redoubt and acted to face the odds, however great they might be. Conflicts and even wars were not uncommon between these three factions. In the end, the centuries long dispute began to resolve in the progressives' faction's favor. As they expanded their sphere of knowledge, influence, and activity, the Sarasapians became as human as any other civilization opening up to the galaxy. Modular people, descendants of the colonials. The blind workings of evolution followed the unlikeliest paths, made use of the most fleeting opportunities. The very existence of the modular people was testimony to this fact. Their ancestors, the colonials, would have been seen as hopeless cripples by almost any observer. They lacked coherent organs, and their existence was limited to carpeting water shores like mats of algae. But as degenerate as they were, the colonials were resilient survivors, able to hold on to life in the harshest conditions. As time passed, they began to organize themselves in differentiated colonies instead of homogeneous mats. In the colonies, each human cell would perform a singular function and benefit from the union of others. Thus began the great age of organization, during which different colonies competed with each other to developing specialized human cells that would give them an edge in the struggle for life. Some colonies grew enormous taproots that were able to siphon resources from far away. Others abandoned roots altogether and began to move themselves on starfish like foot segments. Some colonies came up with units equipped with claws and poisons, taking competition to a brand new, deadly level. Others responded to the threat with armor plating or watcher cells equipped with enormous eyes. The eventual winner of this colonial arms race was a sentient colony organized around hyper specialized units whose entire purpose was to direct the others. These colonies spread around the planet as they adapted the parts of their rivals to function within themselves. Thus were the modular people born. Living in a fully industrialized megalopoly, they came in an indescribable variation of shapes and sizes. Anything from castle-like guardian fortresses to diminutive scuttling couriers as a member of the modular world. They could combine with each other and split up, or exchange parts as needs presented themselves. The only thing constant in all of their protein existence was their mental and cultural unity. Due to their biological structure, these people had managed the impossible. They were actually living in a world of peace and utopian equality, where everyone was happy to be part of a greater, united wholes. Terra Sapiens, descendants of the Flyers. The Flyers' supercharged hearts had given them an evolutionary winning hand, and they diversified to fill up the heavens. It was only a matter of time before the competition in the skies got too intense, even for their souped up metabolisms. Some lineages gave up their wings and returned to the ground, living as differing sorts of predators, herbivores, and even swimmers. Their aerial adaptations gave them an edge on the ground, and they produced forms of stupendous size and agility. There were wonderful beings, but no sentience came out of the terrestrial sky beasts. Instead, civilization flowered in the skies. One species from a line of waiting stork like predators evolved a brain that was large enough to imagine and act upon the world. Their feet, already versatile to catch slippery, swamp dwelling prey, got even more articulate and assumed the role of hands. As a compensation, they lost some of their aerial streamlining, but what they could not do with their bodies, they were more than able to make up with their minds. The power of flight made the Terra Sapiens a global folk before they could invent nations and borders. With such an inherent ease of travel, ideas and individuals diffused too fast for social differences to ossify. Acting with a planetary awareness, they farmed their gigantic terrestrial relatives, raised cities of perches and fluting towers, harnessed the atom, and began to gaze up to the stars without having to compensate too much for the average individual's welfare and without dividing up into quarrelsome factions. As egalitarian as their life seemed, they paid a stunting, inevitable price. Their hearts, even in their boosted state. As a consequence, they had an ephemeral existence. A Terrasapien was sexually mature at 2, middle aged by 16, and usually dead by 23 years of age. This grim cycle caused them to appreciate every moment of their existence dearly, and they pondered upon it with fervish intensity. A shelf of scrolls by Terrasapien philosophers would have been the envy of even human libraries. In their cities, life blazed away with unreal speed, rushing past to meet fleeting deadlines. As a species, the angelic flyers were victims of heart disease. Asymmetric people, descendants of the lopsiders. Although contorted by gravity, the lopsiders managed to regain their sentience and develop a civilization in a short few million years. Squat, pancake like buildings spread all over their planet. These constructs looked like squashed bunkers, and they were never more than a few meters high. They did not seem like much, but such structures were entrances to underground homes, schools, hospitals, temples, universities, but also embassies, prisons, asylums, command centers, and arsenals. They lived strange lives, but the lopsiders were human in all of their virtues and evils. Thus, it was only natural for them to expand outward and to look to new frontiers to colonize. Fortunately, their solar system harbored other planets, similar to the lopsiders' home world in almost all respects except gravity. But they weren't willing to let such trivial details stop them. Throughout their history, humans had always risked changing themselves to preserve their future. It was a risky gamble, but it had paid off since the days of the Martian Americans. But re engineering the flattened lopsider body for a benign gravity was a monumental task indeed. Suffice to say that the experiments took millennia to achieve even limited success. After countless attempts, the asymmetric people were born, or rather made. Their bodies were changed considerably. What had been shovel like toes to slither through the high gravity dirt had become centipede legs, and the singular grasping hand was elongated to an extreme degree. Their grotesque faces had been inverted and turned upside down after reverting from a flounder like existence. Twisted as they were, members of this new race enjoyed tremendous advantages over their flattened forefathers. Their social development also paralleled that of the bygone Martian Americans. Once again, there was a golden age, followed by increasing tensions and interplanetary war. But unlike the Martians, the asymmetrics ruthlessly exterminated their parent race and went on to rule the solar system alone. On the way, they stumbled across the remains of the Q and the Star People and advanced immensely. Triumphant on their own realm, they turned to the heavens to further exploits. Symbiotes, descendants of the parasites. As time passed, the relationships between the parasites and their hosts got connected to such a degree that it began to involve a cooperation of the individuals. There were no longer single sided relationships. In exchange for the host's nutritious blood, the parasites offered their heightened senses as early warning against predators and other hazards. A great arms race of symbiotic relationships thus commenced. Certain parasites offered their host larger eyes, others sharper senses of smell, hearing, or even additional defensive weapons in the shape of venomous saliva, malodorant sprays, or an extra bite. The host returned the favor with longer running legs, stronger bodies, and specialized ergonomic nesting sites rich in blood vessels and covered in insulating fur. Different complexes of parasites and host species evolved, compatible only amongst themselves. The development of such creatures was in a way reminiscent of the great modular colonies, thriving on their own world light years away. But unlike the modulars, the components of the symbiotes belonged to a different species, instead of modified variations of the same basic organism. In eventuality, both relationships led to the same point: sentience. In the secluded forests of a certain continent, a new parasitic species developed. They did not have the ballistic poison sprays, infectious stings, or the grossly hypertrophied arm claws of their relatives. Instead, these parasites offered a simpler bargain: inability to think in return for total submission. Initially, this relationship was more like a horse and its rider. But after a few 100,000 years, the symbiotes could manipulate their hosts like puppets through a combination of tactile and olfactory signals. A few more millennia, and these combined beings developed an order not unlike our own, complete with countries, politics, and even war, albeit reduced in the newly globalizing world culture. In this age, technology filled most functions of the host, but a thriving husbandry of these creatures still remained due to tradition and simple efficiency. An average symbiote would begin the day on his business host and move on to a more comfortable domestic one when they returned home after work. And perhaps on the olfactory television, he would smell news of the evacuations of the million-year-old Q ruins, of the marvelous discoveries salvaged from the Starman wrecks, or of the enormous radio arrays that rose everywhere to listen to the stars. It was a pattern that was being repeated all over. Sail people, descendants of the fingerfishers. The fingerfishers were already among the most divergent of the post-human races. With harpoon-like digits and almost crocodilian muzzles, they looked nothing like their parental stock. But even this form would look conservative to their sentient descendants. With many small scattered islands, isolated subcontinents, and different niches, their homeworld was an evolutionary cauldron where isolated members of certain species could, under the right circumstances, evolve into wildly different forms. This condition was similar to the island realms of Madagascar, Galapagos, or Hawaii on Earth, except that this time it was on a global scale. Some descendants of the fishers, trapped on lonely islands, grew smaller and developed their fishing claws into graceful wings. Others took directly to the sea and became the analogous of whales and dolphins. Within this evolutionary bubbling, one particular lineage gave rise to the ancestral sail people. They too elongated their fingers into wings, but these were not used for flight. Instead, they became sails that drove them effortlessly across the ocean. With fingers turned into sails, they used their mouths and extended tongues to catch their prey. These organs eventually assumed the role of the fisher's long atrophied, dexterous hands. The need to better navigate the endless seas put an inevitable pressure on their memories, and the sailors' brains grew correspondingly. It was only a matter of time until one of these navigators became smart enough to think. Even when sentient, the sail people still needed a long time to achieve any sort of social stability. Their scattered world made for a tremendous diversity of cultures, which competed and fought just as resiliently across generations. Untold flotillas of tribal warriors battled each other in epoch spanning, pointless conflicts. Nomadic warriors and pirate societies inevitably came into being, prolonging the uncontrollable cycle of violence. Only when a certain warrior tribe developed warfare on an industrial scale and the state society needed to support it, and then only when this notion of modernity gave rise to the idea of peace did the sail people finally manage to unify. Generations of blood had stained the ocean for far too long. Sarteriacs, descendants of the hedonists. Their pleasure-drenched existence, locked between their static paradise world and their inherently slow pace of evolution, seemed immune to change. Perhaps this was true for 1,000,000 years or so, but on a larger scale, complete stasis was a fable. During a particular era, Geologic upheavals threw up huge masses of land over the shallow oceans of their world. The hedonists, until then trapped on a singular island no bigger than today's Iceland, were not late to colonize these new pastures. This was more of a necessary exodus, since the events that raised the new lands had also thrown up enormous clouds of ash that smothered the atmosphere and blocked out the sun. Their innocence finally spoiled, most of the hedonists died out, unable to adapt. The only survivors were fast breeding freaks who had abandoned the reproductive quirks of their ancestors. It was these forms that colonized the newborn continent and gave rise to a multitude of species, which included the Soteriacs, sentient heirs to the hedonists. These beings resembled their ancestors to a great degree, except that they now sported enormous tails, boneless organs of balance woven out of extended pelvic muscles and fat. Along this appendage, their entire bodies were reoriented in horizontal, almost dinosaurian postures. Although they had abandoned the frantic reproductive strategies of their ancestors, their social lives still retained a delightful tint of casual promiscuity. The Soteriac civilization was quick to establish itself globally, for even with the additional landmass, the terrestrial domain of their world remained no larger than Australia. For a while, 3 and then 2 land empires competed against each other before dissolving into a myriad of smaller nations and finally reunifying into a coherent world order. From this point on, the Styriac world once again became a Valhalla of pleasure with festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuating every working week. This time, however, it could all be savored by true intelligence. Bug facers, descendants of the insectophagi. Over time, their insectivore ancestors came to resemble their prey. Hardened leathery plates, once used for defense against stings and bites, ossified and became integrated into the jaw structure. Their hands and feet, with reduced numbers of fingers and toes, developed into pincer-like affairs. Even their metabolism reverted partially into ectothermy in the balmy, lazy climate of their planet. But it was none of those adaptations that gave them the edge in survival. Simply put, a congenial defect allowed them to regain their sentience. Even after the smothering by the Q, the genes of the star people remained dormant in their cells. Through pure coincidence, one lineage of the insectophagi developed an atavistic throwback, resulting in larger brains, which just happened to be useful in cracking open insect nests with crude stone tools. It was an easy ride from there on, although millennia long in itself. The development from stone axe to spaceship was an eye blink in geological time. Like many other species, the bug facers passed through consecutive cycles as agrarian, in their case, hive farming empires, colonial endeavors, industrialization, massive world wars, and finally globalized world states. But there was one thing that set their development apart from all other post-human species. They faced another alien invasion. History does not record much about these invaders, except that unlike the Q, theirs was a singular effort and it was beaten off an intense cycle of orbital and terrestrial wars. Although vanquished, the invaders did succeed in leaving behind their traces. They introduced their own flora and fauna, which flourished on the bug facers' home planet long after they departed. More importantly, they imbibed the poor bug facers with a pathological interspecies xenophobia, to the point that they were even fearful of their own post-human cousins on other stars. Through an ironic twist of fate, their fears would be more than justified. Though not just yet. The bug facers still had time. Astromorphs, descendants of the spacers. Initially refugees, the spacers were quick to master the vastness of interstellar space. Their isolated space arcs joined together and multiplied to form a gigantic interlocked artifact that was large enough to contain entire worlds. But no planets lay inside the astromorph's capital, only cavernous, gravity free bubbles where the inhabitants could finally develop to their fullest. Freed from the constraints of weight, their bodies grew spindly and insectile, with individual digits extending into multitudes of thin, versatile limbs. Other than these, the only developed organs were their derived jet sphincters, which went on to become the principal means of locomotion. But above all were their brains, their bulging, swollen brains. With no hindrance from gravity, the human brain could grow into unprecedented sizes. Each generation devised experiments that produced offspring with greater cranial capacity, giving rise to beings who went through their everyday lives thinking in concepts and structures scarcely comprehensible to people of today. The physiological limitations of the human mind had been long since debated. Now it was established that these limits were indeed real, and individuals who could break them would likewise conquer new grounds in philosophy, art, and science. Everything changed. Yet some aspects of humanity, such as the basic desire to expand, remained. To this end, the astromorphs built great fleets of globular subarcs and spread their influence across the heavens into every stellar cluster and every star system. Within less than 1,000 years, the galaxy was straddled by a new and far more alien empire of man. Strangely enough, its dominion included none of the newly emerged post-human species, for its masters had completely lost interest in planets, those stunting, gravity-chained balls of dirt and ice. The newborn ark settled comfortably in the outer rims of star systems, quietly observing the lives of their struggling relatives. For the first time in history, there were actual gods in the myriad human skies. They were silent and weren't even noticed for most of the time, but their watchfulness was ultimately going to pay off. Second Galactic Empire. Over time, the sentient post-humans began to reach out to the galaxy. They inevitably stumbled across the ruins of the Starmen and figured out their interstellar ancestry. These discoveries were followed by a realization that there might be others like them, unimaginable distances away. Thus, the fledgling civilization set about to probing the skies. The contacts, all established by radio communication, were not spread out evenly. The empire began little more than a few million years after the Q left, with the first dialogue between the earliest killer folk and the Satyriacs. A few thousand years later, they were joined by the tool breeders, hailing out from the ocean depths through living radio arrays. The second wave of sentient species joined in during the following 10 million years as the modular whole, Petrosapiens, and the fledgling asymmetrics contacted their celestial cousins. Finally, in the next 20 million years, newly evolving civilizations such as the Sorrows, the Snake People, Parasite Symbiotes, and the Sail People successively contacted the burgeoning galactic empire. The Bug Facers were aware of the whole process, but due to their xenophobic experience, they only opened up after a staggering 40 million years of silence. This union was an empire of speech, for actual travel between the stars was too difficult to be practical. Like the bygone colonies of the Starmen, the post-humans cooperated through the unrestricted exchange of information and experience. Although covering every aspect of an astonishing variety of cultures, the empire's efforts focused on two main issues: political unification and galactic awareness, constant readiness for possible alien invasions. Everybody had come across the remains of the mysterious Q. Nobody wanted a repeat of the same scenario. When the Second Empire ran into the astromorphs, who had silently saturated the galaxy with their own empire of man, they feared the worst. But luckily for them, the godlike beings were not interested in a second empire, nor any of its worlds. The astromorphs were given a wide breath and accepted as they were incomprehensible, omnipotent forces of nature. This coordinated effort lasted for almost 80 million years, during which its member species attained previously unimaginable levels of culture, welfare, and technology. Each species colonized a few dozen worlds of their own, in which nations, cultures, individuals lived to the fullest potentials of their existence. Needless to say, all of this was only possible through constant communication and a total openness to the galaxy. Most communities took this for granted and dutifully participated in the galactic dialogues. But there were others, silent, darkened beings who refused to join in. Through them would come the ruin of the empire. Enter the Gravitals, descendants of the Ruin Haunters. After the lessons of the Q, the Second Galactic Empire kept a constant watch against alien invasion. Ironically, they neglected to look among themselves. The second great invasion of the galaxy came not from outside, but from within. The Ruin Haunters, who were lucky enough to inherit the secrets of the Starmen and the Q, when other species were mere animals, had experienced a tremendous advance in technological prowess. All in all, they were as sophisticated as, if not more, than the astromorphs of the void. But their ascendancy was not a sane one. Recall that most Ruin Haunters were already deranged with a twisted assumption of being the sole inheritors of the Starmen. They refused to communicate with their relatives on other planets and kept to their own affairs. This neurotic hubris assumed truly dangerous proportions after the Ruin Haunters modified themselves. The origin of this modification lay in an earlier catastrophe. The Ruin Haunter's sun was undergoing a rapid phase of expansion, and the species, advanced as it was, could do nothing to stop the process. So the Haunters did the next best thing and changed their bodies. The infernal conditions of the solar expansion meant that a biological reconstruction was totally out of the question. Thus, the Haunters replaced their bodies with machines, floating spheres of metal that moved and molded their environment through subtle manipulations of gravity fields. In earlier versions, the spheres still cradled the organic brains of the last Haunters, but in successive generations, ways to contain the mind within quantum computers were devised, and the transformation became absolute. The Ruin Haunters were replaced by the completely mechanical Gravitals. While not even organic, the Gravitals still retained human dreams, human ambitions, and human delusions of grandeur. This, combined with mechanical bodies that allowed them to cross space with ease, made interstellar war a frightening possibility. Machine invasion. It took a long time for the Gravital to prepare. Propulsion systems were perfected and new bodies capable of withstanding the interstellar jumps were devised. But when they finally decided that the time was nigh, nothing survived the slaughter. The invasion followed a brutally simple plan. The target world's suns were blockaded, and their light was trapped behind specially constructed million-mile sails. If the dying worlds managed to resist, an asteroid or two finished them off. Enormous invasion fleets were built, but it was rarely necessary to deploy them. The machines had caught their cousins completely off guard. The Great Dying, all of which occurred in a relatively quick 10,000-year period, stretched the boundaries of genocide and horror. Almost all of the new human species, unique beings who had endured mass extinctions, navigated evolutionary knife edges, and survived to build worlds of their own, vanished without a trace. Even the Q had been loyal to life. They had distorted and subjugated their victims, but in the end, they had allowed them to survive. To the machines, however, life was a luxury. Such thorough ruthlessness was not, ironically, born out of any kind of actual hatred. The Gravital, long accustomed to their mechanical bodies, simply didn't acknowledge the life of their organic cousins. When this apathy was mixed with their insane claims as the sole heirs of the Starmen, the extinctions were carried out with the banality of, say, an engineer tearing down an abandoned building. Under the reign of the machines, the galaxy entered a brand new dark age. When considering the invasion, the machine invasion brought on the greatest wave of extinctions the galaxy had ever seen, for it was not a simple act of war by one species against another, but a systemized destruction of life itself. When considering such a vast event, it's easy to get lost in romantic delusions. It's almost as easy to write off the Gravital as evil as it is to consider the entire episode as a nihilistic end of everything kind of scenario. Both of these approaches are, as they would be in any historical situation, monumental fallacies. To begin with, the Gravital were not evil, at least not to their own perception. These beings, although mechanical, still lived their lives as individuals and operated inside coherent societies. They had surrendered their organic heritage, but their minds were not the cold, calculating engines of true machines. Even after giving orders that would destroy 1 billion souls, a Gravital would have a home to go to, and as incredibly as it might sound, a family and a circle of friends towards which it felt genuine affection. Despite being endowed with compassion, their harsh treatment of the organics was the result of, as mentioned before, a simple inability to understand their right to live. Furthermore, the Gravital did not constitute a singular, indivisible whole whose entire purpose was to wreck the universe. True, their technological advancement had allowed them to form a pan-galactic entity, but within itself, the machine empire was divided into political factions and even religious faiths. Superimposed over these fault lines were the daily lives and personal affairs of families and individuals. Like any sentient being, they had a sense of identity and thus differing agendas. Nor did the machine invasion mean the end of everything. There certainly was a widespread destruction of life, but what was lost was only organic life, consuming energy, directing it for reproduction, thought, and even evolution. The machines were as alive as any carbon based organism. Despite the turnover, life of a sort survived, and as would be seen, even preserved some of its organic predecessors. Subjects, the many descendants of the bug facers. The bug facers, racially shy and xenophobic due to their background of repeated alien invasions, became the first species to face the Gravital onslaught. As ironic as their fate seemed, the bug facers were the luckiest of the post-humans. Instead of being exterminated like the rest of their cousins, they survived as the only organic beings in the machine empire. The precise reason for their retention remains unknown to this day. Perhaps the machines hadn't perfected their ruthless apathy by then, or perhaps they pitied the poor organics and allowed them to maintain a stunted parody of an existence. Whatever the reason, the bug facers endured, but they hardly resembled their original ancestors anymore. Genetic engineering, the lost art of the galaxy threading queue, and later the tool breeders as well, was mastered almost as comprehensively by the machines, not hesitating to warp the beings which they did not really consider to be alive. They spliced their way into bug facer DNA, producing generations of literal abominations. Would a woman or man of today show any apprehension towards reassembling a computer or even recycling trash? Such was the attitude of the triumphant Gravital. Thus, multitudes of subjects were produced, distorted to such an extent that even the meddling of the Q seemed comparatively timid. Most of them were used as servants, caretakers, and manual laborers. These were the lucky forms. Some submen were reduced to the level of cell cultures, useful only for gas exchange and waste filtering. Others were molded into completely artificial ecologies, baroque simulations that served only as entertainment. Some machines, with their still human ambitions, took this practice into a new level and produced living works of art, doomed one off creatures who existed purely as biological anachronisms. Be it a tool, slave, or entertainment, humanity narrowly held on to its biological heritage, while its machine cousins reigned supreme for an unbelievable 50 million years. The other machines. Recall that despite its galaxy cradling might, the machine empire was not homogeneous. It contained dozens of differing factions that did not always agree on everything, including the treatment of their downtrodden biological subjects. Some machines, over a process involving several religious, social, and philosophical doctrines, began to comprehend the universality of life and the common origin of organic and mechanical humanities. Initially, such individuals lived in seclusion or withheld their beliefs from the world. They secretly engineered lineages of subjects that could live, move, and think as freely as they could. In a few memorable instances, the engineers fell in love with their creations, and their martyrdom inspired other machines to think just a little differently. Eventually, the ideology gained enough momentum to be practiced openly in everyday life. However, the sect of toleration soon ran into odds with their hardline pan-mechanical rivals. The seething intolerance between the two factions finally broke when some tolerant machines wanted to set several worlds aside for unrestricted development of biological life. All hell broke loose, and the machine empire, the apparent seamless monolith of the galaxy, experienced its first short, bitter civil war. The war didn't cause any lasting damage, but it plainly illuminated one fact. The greatest entity in the galaxy was not without its problems. The fall of the machines, return of the spacers. In the longer run, the internal struggles of the machine empire just might have led to its downfall. But there was no need to wait that long, as the empire died a shorter but immensely more cataclysmic death. For a long time, the machines and the astromorph empires had been eyeing each other nervously. They hadn't yet run into open confrontations, as the astromorphs kept mostly to their outer space arcs and the machine empires occupied the planets. In almost every inhabitable solar system of the galaxy, the same upside down tension built up between organic beings living in the void and machines inhabiting perfectly terrestrial worlds. Power was evenly balanced between the two rival empires. Moreover, this balance involved forces strong enough to destroy planets in mass. Each side knew that any kind of war would result in mutual annihilation, and only insanity could start such a conflict. Well, the post Civil War empire of the machines did go insane, in a sense. In order to divert attention from internal struggles, it needed a new enemy to consolidate its rival factions against. How unwise that this enemy came to be the astromorphs. It was unnecessary and nearly impossible to describe the carnage that followed. The conflicts lasted anywhere up to a few million years, and the resulting loss of life, both mechanical and organic, made the initial machine genocide seem irrelevant. When the cosmic dust settled, the winners displayed themselves. The conquerors were the astromorphs, changed beyond recognition after 50 million years of continual self-perfection. Their grossly hypertrophied brains stretched out like wings on either side, and their finger-derived limbs had formed into intricate sets of sails and legs, Endowed with superior technology and limitless patience, these beings almost completely destroyed the machines, despite losing a substantial number of their own species. The conflict also thrust the astromorphs into the affairs of their long neglected human cousins. As impossible as it seemed, some of the machine subjects had survived the ordeal. Now the astromorphs could no longer look away. With the machines gone, it was up to the astromorphs to clean up after them. They took up the subjects and used their genetic heritage to populate entire planets. During this age of reconstruction, which lasted for another 2 million years, many astromorph world builders emerged as true gods, creating inhabited worlds almost out of scratch. Their subjects, meanwhile, became the inheritors of a truly new, war-torn phoenix of a galaxy. The post-war galaxy. When replenishing lost worlds, the astromorph gods took measures to ensure the continued safety of their creations. The abrupt rise of the machines had shown that unless carefully regulated, the wealth of the stars could always host a race of pan-galactic usurpers. The astromorphs, watchful but ever transparent, didn't want to interfere directly. Instead, they produced terrestrial versions of their own kind to regulate the galaxy. They adapted their delicate ethereal fingers into spidery limbs and shrunk their brains considerably to readjust to the rigors of gravity. The resulting sideline was stunted by astromorph standards, but still it produced demigods in every sense of the word. These beings, known often as the terrestrial spacers or simply as the terrestrials, nurtured and controlled the development of the post-war civilizations on many planets. They acted as caretakers, prophets, kings, and emperors, but also as grim reapers as the occasion dictated. The endeavor did not always proceed as smoothly as planned, of course. Most of the time, the newborn races refused to heed their mentors and, in several cases, even rebelled against them. Needless to say, this crime was always punished with a swift extinction. Furthermore, even the terrestrials grew corrupted. Instead of offering guidance, terrestrials on many planets simply played God, weaving contrived religions around themselves to shamelessly exploit their subjects. It was not ethical or even productive, but this method seemed to guarantee more stability than actually trying to bring up the new races. This way or another, organic sentience reclaimed its dominance in the galaxy. The new empire, managed by terrestrials, populated by a myriad descendants of the subjects, and overseen ultimately by the omniscient astromorphs, achieved greater progress and a longer lasting calm in the galaxy than all of its predecessors combined. The new machines. Long after their fall from grace, the machines still clung on to existence. During the initial aftermath of the war, the astromorphs had planned to exterminate every last one of them, only to discover that the machines were simply too useful to destroy. For millions of years, they had perfected the interface between mind and machine to such an extent that they could live and operate in the most inhospitable conditions. Such beings, deprived of their galaxy straddling power, would make invaluable contributions to research and exploration of the new empire. There was a sense of poetic justice in all this. The machines, who once distorted biological life forms to their whim, were finally treated to a similar fate. To begin with, the astromorphs completely scrapped their ability to self-contain gravitational manipulation, the very force that had rendered them invulnerable in the first place. They were given finite lifespans and slightly numbed imaginations, so that history would not repeat itself. The degradatory nature of these changes, however, did not imply an overall regression. Unlike their ancestors, the new machines were endowed with nanotechnological bodies that could remodel themselves continuously, which meant that they could come in every shape and size imaginable, and then some that could not. The machine citizen could live for some time in the void of space, conducting research, and then transform into a completely different body plan for a holiday on a cometary halo, tropical jungle, or a methane ocean. He or she would also make the trip personally by growing temporary hyperdrives and ramjet engines. Despite these breathtaking versatilities, the machines were never as common or prominent, even after completely accepting their role as lowly citizens of the new empire. The greatest war in conceivable history had ingrained the organics with too deep a mistrust of their mechanical neighbors, and the new machines were always treated with a degree of discrimination. The sins of their fathers had come to shackle this most splendorous of all human species. Second contact. With successive waves of machine aided discovery and colonization, the new empire grew exponentially. Such was the growth of wealth and progress that its description would need to use concepts that remain unexplored today. To talk with a man of today about the comings and goings of the new empire would be akin to giving lectures of 20th century geopolitics to a hunter gatherer. This magnificent entity was not blind to the universe around it. It turned in its ears, eyes, sensors, and probed the events of the surrounding galaxies. The new galactics suspected that the surrounding nebula might have their indigenous folk, and it was wise to contact them before a misunderstanding or conflict could occur. On a darker side, these observations also served as lookouts for potential invaders. Even then, the memory of the Q was not forgotten. The discovery was eventually made. One of the neighboring galaxies was showing patterns of activity that were the unmistakable signs of sentient organization. Some thinkers reveled in the discovery of a new civilization, while others feared a return of the Q. Fortunately, this second encounter with an alien species provided to be a peaceful one. Perhaps the intelligence of both galaxies were finally mature enough to meet without quarreling. The other galaxy was dominated by connected unions of different beings, presided over by varying kinds of amphicephali, bizarre creatures that resembled giant snakes with heads on both ends, one of which bore a secondary retractable body that they would use to interact with the world. Apparently, they had undergone alternating series of regressions, evolutionary radiations, and self-imposed genetic makeovers, just as humanity had. With all of their wild differences, the amphicephali were welcome. They were the first, but surely not the last. Earth rediscovered. The purpose of this work is not to describe the limitless progress that followed the cross-galactic contact. One could go indefinitely, chronicling how the united galaxies re-encountered and subdued the Q, how they cradled the suns with artificial shells, multiplying their inhabitable zones a billionfold, how they crisscrossed interstellar space with wormholes and made travel a thing of the past. Ultimately, descendants of those beings even conquered time itself, prolonging the existence of their minds indefinitely via rejuvenating technologies. For a time, all men were gods. But from your vantage point, one discovery truly stood out in this orgy of advance. Compared with gargantuan achievements like the taming of space and the construction of star shells, it was a mere blip, a revelation of long forgotten trivia. This was the rediscovery of Earth, the birthplace of humanity, where the omnipresent astromorphs, the star gliding machine, and the millions of humble resident races could all trace their origins. It was made quietly by a singular researcher combing the vestiges of forgotten history, decade after decade. Millions of years of war, invasions, and extinctions had buried the evidence thoroughly and comprehensively. When she finally came across irrefutable evidence, nobody was around to celebrate. That would come later. Return. The discovery sparked a certain amount of interest, though nowhere as much as other breakthroughs had. To most humans of the cosmos, their ancestral birthplace was simply an interesting piece of information, a piece of trivia with which they had lost all ties. Still, a ship was set forth, and it landed without ceremony. For now, there was no intelligence left on Earth. Too far away from the main centers of population, it had been completely ignored, gone stagnant and feral. But still, it was home. When the explorers stepped out, human feet trod on old Earth once more after an absence of 560 million years. Mankind was home. All tomorrows. I must conclude my words with a confession. Mankind, the very species which we've been chronicling from its terrestrial infancy to its domination of the galaxies, is extinct. All of the beings which you heard in the preceding presentation, from the lowly worm to the wind-riding sail people, from the megalomaniacal gravital to the ultimate galactic citizens, lie a billion years dead. We're only beginning to piece the story together. What you hear was the best approximation of the truth. Why did they disappear? Perhaps it was a final, unimaginable war of annihilation that transcended the very meaning of conflict. Perhaps it was a gradual breakup of the United Galaxies and every race facing their private ends slowly afterwards. Or perhaps, the wildest theories suggest, it was a mass migration to another plane of existence, a journey into somewhere, sometime, something else. But the bottom line is, we honestly don't know. Ultimately, however, what happened to humanity doesn't matter. Like every other story, it's a temporary one. Indeed long, but ultimately ephemeral. It didn't have a coherent ending, but then again, it didn't need to. The tale of humanity was never its ultimate domination of 1,000 galaxies or its mysterious exit into the unknown. The essence of being human was none of that. Instead, it lay in the radio conversations of the still human machines, in the daily lives of the bizarrely twisted bug facers, in the endless love songs of the carefree hedonists, the rebellious demonstrations of the first true Martians, and in a way, the very life you lead at this very moment. Many throughout history were unaware of this most basic fact. The Q, in dreams of an ideal future, distorted the worlds they came across. Later on, the Gravital, with their insane desire to recreate the past, caused the ugliest massacres in the history of the galaxy. Even now, it's sickeningly easy for beings to get lost in false grand narratives, living out completely driven lives in pursuit of non-existent codes, ideals, climaxes, and golden ages. In blindly thinking that their stories serve absolute ends, such creatures almost always end up harming themselves, if not those around them. To those like the misguided, look at the story of man and come to your senses. It's not the destination, but the trip that matters. What you do today influences tomorrow, not the other way around. Love today and seize all tomorrows. All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man by C.M. Koseman. Read by your reader and narrator, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. This was an amazing time, an enjoyable time. It was great to be with you. And remember to seize all tomorrows.
And there we go, folks. That was All Tomorrows by C.M. Koseman, read by yours truly, Phil K.O.E. How are we all doing there, folks? That was I'm proud of that one. I'm very proud as to how that one turned out. Now, folks, we move onward and upward now to number 2 on the list. Yes, folks, we are that close. Now, this one, like I said, there's a lot of interest in this particular product. It's now the second most popular video on my YouTube channel at a whopping 4,110 views, and it was uploaded last year, 2 years ago. Johnny Walker XR21 versus Johnny Walker Blue Label, the venerated, the highly regarded Blue Label. How do these two whiskeys stack up? Let's find out, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a very, very interesting versus matchup of Johnny Walker XR21 versus Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. I am the elated, excited, and interested King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, K.O.E. Nation on TikTok, K.O.E. Nation on Twitch. Yes, that's K.O.E. Nation, folks. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. Let's do some versus scotch.
Yes. So Johnny Walker XR21 is an interesting 21-year blend.
This a beautiful blended scotch. And the presentation is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
The bottle undersells it. The box that this thing came in was absolutely phenomenal too.
Oh, yes.
And the cork might be one of my favorite corks. This looks like an old cologne bottle out of fucking the Avon catalog.
I was about to say, this looks like, when they first came out with Chanel No. 5 or something like that.
Yeah, this is what Avon got most of their basis for their colognes bottles.
And then
this is
the
amazing.
classic Johnny Walker Blue Label. And what we're going to decide here, folks, is which one is superior. Which one is worth your time, your effort, your energy? Because Johnny Walker Blue Label has gone up there in price. And XR21,
strangely affordable.
Yeah, I got this one for a little over $100.
Yeah,
I think it was like
shocked.
120, 130. But all right, so this, and you can even see a little bit of difference in the color.
Yeah, you definitely can. That was the first thing I thought. Like, the 21's definitely darker. The blue is definitely lighter. Strange, but
well, the Blue Label is a blend of 10,000. One in every 10,000 casks makes it in the Blue Label. This is stuff that's been aged at least 21 years.
Now,
so,
can we make any assumption on how old the youngest would be on blue?
No,
okay.
They don't tell you. Folks have been trying to figure that out for years. See, if you figure it out, be sure to let me know. And if you know in the comments,
it's like 3 years.
Yeah.
There's a 3-year in there, and then there's like a 30-year in there.
Yeah, so when I consider both noses side by side,
21 is beautiful.
Blue's a little thinner, isn't it?
It is. It definitely is. And this is going to sound like an insult, but it's not. It's got that prototypical Johnny Walker smell. And I don't mean this as an insult. I promise I don't, but washable marker.
Well, it's because there's that slight peat there.
Slight. But
and I don't detect any in the 21.
No.
What I do get is cornbread.
And
I get that really on the palate whenever I drink it, but we'll see if we get that
Interesting.
Here. Well,
okay, a little more grain forward.
Let's
21?
Yep, 21.
Super smooth. Okay. I can see what you're saying there. There's a slight peat here. Delightful. And I forgot how much I like the finish on this. It opens up in the end on the finish. Oh yeah, really like the finish. Strong. It's not spicy. It's not.
When you leave it on your palate, it gets very woody very quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's an oak finish, which appeals to us Yanks, right? But wow.
But do you see what I mean about cornbread on the front side?
I see what you're saying.
So
definitely. My palate a bit.
Then the venerated, the world famous Johnny Walker Blue Label.
which is really the flagship brand of like their high-end stuff.
It is, and
I mean,
I'm on
Johnny
record.
Walker Red. I mean, don't get me wrong, Johnny Walker's the house that Red Label built, but
Sure. And I'm on record many a time saying the green label is superior to the
Mhm.
blue, but
and I gotta agree.
the blue's nothing to sneeze at by any means.
I'll tell you.
A lot sharper. Ooh. Jalapeno spice. It's subtle, but jalapeno.
Yeah, there is a spice there because
It's
Yeah.
It's a muted spice, like it's not like spicy popping on your palate, but the flavor of like a jalapeno, very diluted. Like
diluted curry.
okay, but like I'm thinking specifically like if you took a jalapeno, diced it up, and just threw just a few in like a breakfast burrito, that level of jalapeno. Not like taking a big bite out of one, but subtle garnish. And that's seriously just like
It's like there's a
overwhelming.
Chinese buffet around here that they've got a jalapeno chicken that they cook it just right, so that the jalapeno kind of like leaks out into the chicken.
Mhm.
And so if you actually eat one of the jalapenos,
Mhm.
it's very light, very muted. You're not like being burnt out or anything.
Yeah.
So, but well, now I got to go back to 20 because this is a lot closer than I thought it was.
I don't remember blue being like it's this one. For me, the 21 is all about the finish. Like it gradually just gets better, 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 and better. The blue's kind of right. It peaks and then it just kind of dissipates.
Mm-hmm. Well, Blue Label's kind of like the ultimate gift whiskey. 21. This is I kind of get
Blue, if you
This is
want
your
to
Scotch
impress
snob.
somebody by giving them the gift. 21 by giving somebody a gift that actually knows their blended Scotch.
as much as I hate to say. Now, T, this is the unenviable part of our endeavor here.
Okay.
We need to pick which one we prefer. I'll be honest, the slight peat and the marker does come through
It
in
does.
Blue Label.
It really, really does.
I'm gonna have to say Johnny Walker 21 year
I-
is a better whiskey.
I
in my
can't
opinion.
disagree at all. Again, this one just gets
There's no
better.
peat and it's
and
cornbread and it's just
Again, with the blue. The blue's fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but what are we talking? Like a $200 bottle at least?
at least now it's like 200. I've seen it 260. Like it's been getting pretty insane.
That's outrageous. This is a very good $160 bottle.
I was just gonna
of
say
blended
160.
Scotch. This is stupid affordable at 120.
Yeah,
Stupid affordable.
This should
Presents better, and guess what? Tastes better.
and should be more expensive.
yeah,
It really should.
really should.
So, folks, this has been an interesting now, Tony.
But I'm never disappointed with the blue.
I know you've been waiting.
The jalapeno's there.
I know you've been waiting. You have my full permission. Because how many times are you ever going to get the chance to do this in life? Oh, it's like a sign. Yes, the Blend Master blend.
Yeah, this is not
Give
a
it a
blend.
good spin. Give it a good spin.
This isn't a blend that you're going to get to do very often, folks. And it's already a blended Scotch, so I'm not going to offend anybody. And if you're offended, fight me.
This is for science, okay? These are the sacrifices we make for science for you. Let me take this.
They
I
both.
hate to say the blue kind of stands out a little more.
I think the blue stands out, but they both kind of dissipate each other,
I
and there's
think
not a
that's-
lot left.
I think that's just what Pete always does.
Yeah,
Um,
you're right.
But all right, give it
You
a
do have that smoky blue, so you know it's peated.
give it a taste, sir. I'm just gonna stick with my 21. Do I need to? What grade do you give this?
A. Solid A. That works. That works. It's rich.
It introduces an unsweetened dark chocolate
Yeah.
aspect
It
to it.
really brings the finish of this out, but the
It
peak
cuts-
of this
It
is
cuts
still
the
there.
oak because I think it's a little too oaky if you leave it in your mouth for
Okay.
21 seconds.
That's perfect, actually. That's perfect. The peak
Yeah, I'm
of
gonna
this
agree.
is still here,
A
but
blend.
the increasing goodness of this shines through.
I gotta
love
agree with
this.
you on that
This is
one, too.
great.
So, folks, We came, we saw, we discovered, and we conquered. And Johnny Walker XR21, as of today, is the Johnny Walker of Extreme. So, folks, yes, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special, very informative versus matchup of Johnny Walker XR21 versus the venerated Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make your way back here happy, healthy, much the wiser here at the KOE Nation. Tony, take it away.
Like, share, subscribe. Tony, the Blend Master G, approves, and these are both fantastic. And you know what? Why don't you just do your own little versus video and let us know how you think this should have gone. Argue with us all you want, but this was fantastic. Thank you very much.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do. Yes, folks. And now we move on to the #1 KOE Nation video in the history of YouTube, folks, which is the most important part of YouTube. Yes, the #1 most viewed video of all time here at the KOE Nation, folks. And that, of course, is, let's bring it right on up, folks. Yes, Blanton's versus Colonel E.H. Taylor versus Eagle Rare versus Buffalo Trace. Buffalo Trace Distillery Showdown. This one was posted December 4th, 2020 with 5,191 views, folks. So all of you beautiful people out there at the KOE Nation that helped make this possible, God bless every last one of you. And now, folks, without further ado, let's get right in to #1. Welcome, one and all, to a very special Buffalo Trace edition of the KOE Nation. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
The Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. This is a very exciting one.
We are going, we're hitting
stuff.
a lot of bases here from the Buffalo Trace Distillery, Sazerac. This is quite a line of bourbon. We're going from their beginning offering of Buffalo Trace. Pretty good stuff.
Yes.
You and I have never had Eagle Rare.
I'm very excited.
Aged 10 years.
I've heard nothing but good, and it comes in a glorious looking, almost like a wine bottle.
Yes, it's a little tall for my liquor cabinet, so it only fits on the top shelf. So we will see if that's where it shall remain.
Well, that's not exactly something to live up to. So hope you're ready for the challenge.
Oh, I was about to say that's quite a bit of heavy hitters there, and something that did make it to my top shelf. Colonel E.H. Taylor Small Batch. As you can see, folks, I have enjoyed this whiskey thoroughly.
That's a nice one. I like that one a lot more than I expected. But last but certainly not least,
Blanton's single barrel bourbon. I've had a little bit of this, the original single barrel. This was barrel number 450. The best barrel of that particular batch, obviously.
Okay.
This was bottled 3/10/20. Warehouse H, obviously. Rick number 51, the best Rick that year, obviously. And yes, this is really good stuff. And I actually have another bottle of this same barrel. So interesting stuff, folks.
Some people call Blanton's overrated. I call those people can't find a bottle of Blanton's people.
Oh, snap. Now, personal disclosure, full story. My grandmother loved bourbon. And this was one that she actually thought was just kind of a neat little interesting treat, was Blanton's in particular, before it really got big. Now, she would only order bourbon press, third bourbon, third 7-Up, third water. That's all she'd ever order. And so she would be very interested in this one.
All
But
right.
we are going to get the pours going here, folks. We've got some Buffalo Trace.
Yes. Starting off with the entry level. Now, this is a very nice, affordable bourbon. You're going to find it most places. Some places a little more scarce, depending on the month. But, you're paying about $25 a bottle for that, right?
I paid like $27.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're pretty
In the
close.
ballpark.
And I'm sure there's somebody that has paid some ridiculous secondary market price.
Fair.
I don't know why. But yeah, there's times I even have a hard time getting my hands on this.
Yeah.
Just plain old.
Bourbon is a fickle creature.
Yeah, especially now.
Yeah. What about the Eagle Rare? What's that going to run somewhat?
God, it used to run like about $27-30, and I'm seeing it creep up to $40 to $45.
Wow.
We'll see.
It does present nice, but yeah, I can't help but think sweet red wine.
Yep, it really. But yeah, the bottle, it just presents so handsomely.
It does. It's
Like
very
it
nice.
does lead you to believe you're buying a premium product.
Yeah.
This one leads you to believe that you're buying an actual old-fashioned bourbon
Yeah,
recipe.
I look at that and I expect to see shelves of that in an old-timey saloon. That's the design. It's perfect for that. I love the idea. I love the concept. And it's a very nice one.
Clint Eastwood walks into a cowboy bar in one of his spaghetti westerns. He says, "Give me a whiskey." They pour him this.
Yeah, probably not so much this.
This Kentucky Derby. That's what I immediately think when I
Gosh,
take a look at this.
wonder why, looking at the cork.
Couldn't have anything to do with that.
No.
And we're putting those in these Copita blenders nosing glasses.
What a shame.
And
I wouldn't want to smell this or anything.
this line has two purposes for us, Tony. Because
Yes.
first of all, we want to see how the line stacks up against each other. We're going to let these breathe for just a moment while we explain our intents to you, the audience. Also, this is the kickoff of the Great Bourbon Tournament. We are going to put all the heavy hitters of bourbon up against each other. Now, normally, the line, only one is going to move on. But because Blanton's is such a special case and everyone wants to see that one compared to all the other bourbons,
Yeah.
this one's going to get a spot in the tournament. We will give more details as to the tournament probably in another video. Keep your eye on this space,
Yes.
folks.
Coming soon.
But-
This is the start.
We're going to see if any one of these other bottles can make it to the next round. Because we're going to do things like, well, I don't want to get into other distilleries, but like I said, the heavy hitters of bourbon, and we're going to see how they stack up. And we've even got a couple of dark horses you maybe never heard of.
Very true. We do have some exciting ones that
So-
most people probably aren't familiar with.
Let's start off, T, with the beginning Buffalo Trace. Caramel?
Yeah, I was to say not a spicy, but it smells like you smell like a hot cinnamon,
Mm-hmm.
like a hot caramel cinnamon. Yeah, it smells like candy.
The heat comes through in the palate for me.
Mm-hmm.
The sweet is in the nose.
Yes.
And we've reviewed this before. Unfortunately, the video didn't quite come through.
Yeah.
So while we're here, your general grade on this, T.
It's so like you said, that nose is really nice, but going in that you're about to drink some booze. But I think the nose being as sweet as it is, that heat on the front of the taste, it almost gets more intense to me on the back end.
Yep.
I don't want to call it a mintiness, but the way it lingers on the back of your tongue could be compared to that of a mint.
Like it's almost like cinnamon challenge.
Yeah.
Like very heavy, like
Yeah.
shaved fresh off of a cinnamon stick.
Yeah.
Cinnamon.
No, it is. That is just a great affordable bourbon for typically under $30.
Yeah, it's a great mixer. I've had
Yeah.
it work very well. You don't really need to add any kind of spicy kick to it.
No, it's got all the necessary ingredients right there for an affordable price.
Yeah, so this is an excellent whiskey. But let's be frank, this is a good day drinker.
Oh yeah,
this is
an everyday. This isn't one you're gonna have to sit there and ponder about opening. You're not gonna, oh, do I open it now? Do I open it later? No, you can just have like 5 bottles of this on hand with one open. You can do a lot with this. This is a diverse one. I like this a lot. But yeah, you're right. This isn't a special occasion bourbon at all.
Now, this is the one I'm really wondering about.
Yeah.
Eagle Rare. We'll get back to gradings and all such here a little later.
All right.
I'm really curious about this one now. It's had a chance to open up just a little bit.
It's got a nice look to it.
I like bourbon that's aged 10 years.
And this is 10?
Yep.
All right.
I've had some other brands that 10 years, and they just seem to hit me just right.
It's got a nice color, but it also leaves a bit of a coating on the glass. So
45% ABV.
I expect a little bit of a thickness to this, even though it looks relatively.
So it's going to be 90.
Ooh,
90 proof.
That's almost got a floral.
Very smooth on the front, but it does have a spice kick on the back. It's not.
It's not cinnamon.
It's a peppery allspice.
I was gonna say peppermint, but yeah, no minty sweetness on the back. It's all.
Yeah, it's a very it.
There's the texture. Oh yeah.
The spice, like it immediately just makes me think of like spice traders in some like Mediterranean market. Like
lots of different spices going on here, but honestly. In look alone, it reminded me of red wine, but there's a feature there that almost reminds me of a bittersweet red wine. Maybe in the texture it leaves on your tongue.
It's not quite tannic,
right?
But it's like tannic parallel.
Yeah,
like, yeah. It even like kind of sucks some of the moisture out of my mouth.
But very smooth right on the beginning. Yes, you're right.
Excuse me.
I don't know what I expected. That definitely wasn't what I expected, but I'm also pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, that's a spicy meatball right
there. That is very, very spicy in a good way.
I suspect like
not much sweetness.
Just because I know the kind of palates that you like you love the Macallan in Scotch, which is overly minty. Like this one has some powerful spice on the back.
Yes,
and I think this one is probably one of your.
I'm liking it a lot. I mean, the more I try it, the more I like it.
At $40, is that one you'd spring on?
You know, I think I would. As many people as I see rave about this one, I can see why now. Yeah, you're right. Like it shouldn't be quite $40, but I can see why people would pay that and more if this is a flavor you really like, which I'm very interested.
I picked it up, it was $27, or it was about $27, and I just been sitting on it for months now.
Yeah,
and
I've been eyeballing it for months.
I just figured it'll probably be like a slightly better version of this, but
no, very different.
Which the two of these I hear have a very similar, if not the exact same, mash build.
Really,
which does show the quality of their cooper and cask making. Like that's because a lot of Buffalo Trace, there's only a very select few mash builds, and then it's all how it's aged, the casking, and just where it sits and how it interacts with that Kentucky summer heat. And that's why you're getting such vastly different flavors. But notice that the spice is still on the back end for both of them, which does point to them having the same mash build, in my opinion.
Oh, wow. It's so much more powerful on the nose now, the Eagle Rare. Yeah, it definitely stands out harder on the nose
It's like
now.
a nutmeg or something. And
Yeah, there's something
and like
there.
a cooking vanilla.
Yeah, there you go. Because the sweetness, it's not very sweet, but you're right. The sweetness that would be there would be that of a cooking vanilla. It lingers. It's very potent. Very nice. I'm surprised.
I'm actually now, since we've never graded this one before,
Okay.
Tony, and we have graded this one.
All right.
We'll get back to this one, and we might just cut in our grades and an audio. I don't know. We'll figure it out in the future. Tickled my nose hairs. So, as a bourbon, how do you grade Eagle Rare?
I'm gonna give that on a bourbon scale. I'm gonna say 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah.
Okay, why do you give it that?
Because I think it's unique enough as a bourbon that it doesn't just fall into line with what you expect the default flavor profile to be. It's got a lot of uniqueness going on there. It's not overly sweet. It's got some burn. I think it's really not, but I don't know that you would do a lot of typical bourbon cocktailing with it. Not standard cocktailing. You could do some unique cocktailing, not your standard cocktailing. That's, I guess, would be my opinion of it.
Yeah, this wouldn't be one that I would just mix with just a plain old soda.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, you could do it, but why?
That's why I'm going to give it.
Like, do that with Buffalo Trace.
Yeah, I'm going to give it 3.75.
Okay.
As a bourbon.
We're about in the same wheelhouse.
Now, as
an extra quarter star because you're a bourbon guy.
Maybe. And I'm a fan of the distillery. What can I say?
Fair
now,
enough.
as a whiskey.
As a whiskey, oh man. I think that's a 3.75.
3.75 as a whiskey.
I really think that's unique enough that stands on its own, aside from the distillery line, that I really enjoy it. It's not quite 4, but yeah, 3.75.
I understand what you're getting at, but it does stand on its own against I immediately,
because I know what I'm getting with these two.
I immediately started talking about single malt scotches and how it can stand up against those in its own way. So I'm gonna disagree with you slightly, and I'm gonna even slightly break the scale at a 3.8.
Ooh, okay.
So it's a fine whiskey.
So I'm right. You just don't want to admit that I'm right. That's fair.
Never. What? No. Now, as a cask-aged spirit,
I'll go 4 on that.
Damn, stealing my thunder.
I think
I was gonna do the same. It's a 4-star.
Yeah.
The casking is actually quite extraordinary.
Yeah, that's impressive.
There's also, I think it's Eagle Rare 17.
Oh.
Now that's one of those real unicorn bottles. That's
not going to see that in just everywhere. All right.
Nah, but that's the one.
Don't put it on your grocery shopping list.
That's the one that a lot of folks are chasing. So I wonder what gets expressed more in those 5 years difference. Like, I imagine there's some spice extra.
All right.
Because there's really no caramel here.
No.
But so, all right.
I think you were right with the
shelving on this one, Tony.
Oh boy, I'm going to say this is definitely a middle shelf bourbon.
I would normally say that, but because it's too tall, and I found a perfect little corner, it's going to go on the top shelf for easy reaching.
Okay, all right.
And yes, it's going to be it's a weekend drinker, but it's not like a Christmas or a Thanksgiving weekend. It's just I've had a rough weekend and need to unwind.
Fair. Should we go back and do the Buffalo while we're grading?
Yes, but now, Tony, $40. Will you seek out a bottle of this?
Depends what else I've got on my shelf for bourbon, but there's not else that I can think of that would be comparable to that exactly. So, yeah, I think I would.
All right.
I think I would.
Yes, if I can find a bottle of it, when this one goes empty, I will refill it.
Okay, so Buffalo Trace, the original.
The original Buffalo Trace. We're going back, folks. So as a bourbon.
As a bourbon, I'm going to say 3.5. I was going to go 3.25, but I'll go 3.5 because I think that one's got just the right amount of spiciness, and it's sweet to the right extent. Some get way too sweet, some get way too spicy. I think this one's got a nice blend, so I'm going to give it 3.5.
This one's approachable, where this one's complex.
Yes.
So I'm giving this 3.75 again.
Okay.
So they're both 3.75 just as a bourbon. Are there better bourbons out there? Apparently, people are paying insane prices for them. So apparently there are.
Fair.
Just judging on that. But this is pretty good stuff for what you're getting. You can cocktail them. You can have them straight on their own, which we're doing right now. I'm giving it 3.75. Now, as a whiskey.
As a whiskey, I'll go 3.75 for sure, because that you could do almost any kind of cocktailing you would want with. That'd be a great cooking whiskey.
Yep, like I was about to say, great kitchen whiskey.
Yeah, that's a good shower whiskey right there.
Jesus. I'm gonna give this as a whiskey, just straight up. That's a wide world of sports there.
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna have to give it 3.25
Wow.
because again, you're putting it
All
up
right.
against such a wide world.
That's fair, but you know how many different kinds of whiskey there are. In terms of this on the bourbon entry on the whiskey scale, I think it holds up well enough. And as a price point, as like I said, the spicy and the sweet is the right balance. I'll stick with where I'm at.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, as a cask aged, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna stick with 3.25. It's a good one, but
Yeah.
again, you're going up against a very wide world, and this is a great introductory. It's very approachable. It's a good bourbon.
I was gonna say 3 is too low. I think you're probably right there. 3.25. Yeah, I'll go 3.25.
Regular Buffalo Trace. One more taste of Eagle Rare.
Now shelving for the Buffalo Trace.
I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be a pretty definitive bottom shelf for me.
All right. I could see myself putting it on the middle, but in appearance-wise alone,
For easy reaching.
yeah, bottom shelf. It's definitely not a bottom shelf in terms of quality. I'm saying bottom shelf in terms of probably just appearance alone. I think that's what downgrades it.
That's
just
my
a touch.
way of, it's not a very complicated whiskey, but I want to complement it in
Yeah.
a way. It's like it's on my bottom shelf for easy reaching.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
But
Makes
So-
perfect sense.
$27. Are you gonna?
Yeah, I absolutely. Yeah, I'm
I'm gonna
picking up a
try
bottle
and
of
keep
this.
one in stock, and this will probably be, if I can keep it in stock, one of my main mixer.
Yeah, no,
bourbons.
absolutely. It's
So-
great for that.
We move on.
The Colonel.
Colonel E.H. Taylor Small Batch.
All right, this has been sitting for a little bit.
Sweet,
It's a lot.
sweet caramel,
Yeah, it's a lot
Candied
lighter
apple.
on the nose.
candied apple.
I'm not getting a lot of fruit, but yeah, I was gonna say if it's fruit, it's orchard for sure.
And it's
I'd
candy
almost say-
like caramel apple.
Yeah, all right, I can see that. I was almost thinking like pear.
I could see it.
All right.
Oh, that's delightful.
It's very smooth on the initial palate, and then the spices begin to flourish, not explode, but they just kind of tingle outward, and it's really nice.
100 proof,
Mm.
bottled in bond, which is very important to some people. So that's one of the things for it to say bottled in bond. It has to be at 100 proof. Yep, it's hot, but
Very
it's
hot.
not
out the finish.
overwhelming.
No,
Like,
it's not.
It's not like, again, hate to bring them up again, but it's not like the Macallan where it's like, okay, can I get off this ride now? Like, this is a little much.
It opens you up though. This is a. Is it
think
right?
of like apples that were baked in like heavy cinnamon.
Yeah. It clears you out. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. It's so light and crisp, but once it starts to expand on your palate, boy, there's a lot there once it opens up.
Yeah, I remember.
I like
and
that a lot.
check out on K.O.E. Nation my review of Colonel E.H. Taylor. You know it's the right thing to do. So you can get our full grading. But this is one of my favorite bourbons I've had in a while.
Yeah, I really like the way that this expands. The more you sip on it, the more you enjoy it on your palate. I really like this one.
Yeah, that last sip I took was just easy, sweet. Like it was just like sweet grains, orchard fruits.
That was my first thing.
Caramel.
It's got a lot of
sweet corn.
yeah grain. Yeah, the sweet grain for sure. Yeah, well,
This
I was
one's
thinking
amazing.
grains, but that's when it exploded on my mouth.
Yeah,
That's
it,
really
it tends
nice.
to do that.
That's really nice. I'm a fan. This is one I want to definitely pick up a bottle of
Now,
sometime.
I've utilized this strategy before in poker. I'll sip on cognac because one little drop expands onto the entire palate, and so I don't have to get up and I can just stay playing all night and survey the table. This whiskey could work in much that same
Okay.
way. Just a few drops just explode onto your palate.
But it's easy drinking enough to where you could drink a little more than you'd want to, or need to.
As I have. Now this is small batch, which I really am a fan of small batch.
Yeah,
Whether it's bourbon or whatever, for some reason, that seems to just round all the edges out.
Sure.
Like in a lot of places, like single malt's the way to go. In Japanese whiskey, they view blending as the highest peak of engineering. So
That's
it
an
just
honor to
depends
be
on
blended.
it just depends on who you're asking, I guess. So
That's fair.
this was well blended. Whoever's the blend master at Colonel E.H. Taylor, you're worth every penny. So, before we make a final judgment on Colonel, let's move on to the main event, folks. The reason you're here to see our comparison with Blanton's bourbon.
It's much darker.
But it's very similar.
It is, but it's more where that gets a grainy spiciness. This is
This is a dark chocolate.
yeah, darker candy. I'm not getting any spiciness on the nose.
Oh, there's a little, but it's just a baking spice.
Yeah.
It's not anything like we got from the Eagle Rare.
Yeah, like a baker's chocolate.
Well, let's see how it goes.
All right. Rich. So smooth.
Wow.
There's a little bit of spiciness.
A little. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it's so subtle.
Yeah, that's amazing.
God, that's good.
Like, I mean, I know some people say it's overhyped, but
it's for a reason.
Yeah, it's
so
hyped
good.
up for a reason. It is actually like the contents of the bottle are actually good. It's not just a pretty bottle.
No, yeah, and that's something you don't see a lot. Like, yes, the bottle is quite fancy and it stands out and it's unique, but yeah, the contents are very pleasant.
Yeah, just the nose is very clean on it. Just a little bit of
it doesn't linger.
Vanilla, some bit of toffee.
I was just about to say toffee because mocha's the wrong word.
But I can it's not coffee, but it's like a coffee adjacent. Like it's in a parallel to coffee.
Yeah, it's there though, and it's not. It doesn't linger, but the texture stays with you. Oh, that's
yeah.
Nice.
Now, again, in terms of cocktailing, the only one that I think is like people will even allow you to do is mint julep. I think that's like
that's acceptable.
And now, I know a lot of people are going to be just like, "How could you say such a thing?" But would this not make one of the best Irish coffees you ever had?
I don't think that would still qualify as an Irish coffee, but yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, that would go good in
Yeah.
a coffee
Cocktail.
flavored cocktail. Yes.
Now, I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying it would be great.
Yeah, actually, I think that is necessary. That needs to be tried at least once. That would it's almost too perfect.
Once in
for
our
that.
life. So, Tony,
yeah, it's almost too perfect for that.
we've gone through this lineup here, And we've already determined Blanton's is
moving on, of course.
moving on
Has to.
into the tournament because it just, yeah.
It's got to.
Now,
It's an enigma of sorts. So
now let's come back to Buffalo Trace, the standard line. Okay. Now, make the case for why this should move on, and then make the case for why it shouldn't.
It's approachable. It's very understandable as a whiskey, as a bourbon. It's familiar. It's just really easy to sip on. Case against, it's very familiar. And I think against a whole slew of other opponents, it may easily fall by the wayside.
Yeah, the case for is that you would be putting the base offering of Buffalo Trace up against all these heavy-hitting contenders. The case...
I'll put it up against Blanton's right now. Is it winning? No.
No.
There you go.
And here's the heavier question.
If you can't win in the prelims, you can't win in the tournament.
You know, and I hate to make the cut on this one, but it's a good one. But there is also that slight, I don't know what the, like almost a medicinal, like very, there's a part to it that I think is just going to stand out too much. Like, okay, this is the Buffalo Trace base line.
All right.
And so that's why I hate to do it to you. Don't worry, Buffalo Trace. You and I are going to get plenty of good cocktails, but you're unfortunately not moving on in the tournament. We got plenty more reviews to come out of this bottle.
It's just begun for you.
Oh yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. Like
you'll come back.
We'll be putting this guy up against Jack Daniels #7, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Wonder who will win that.
Yeah, that won't be a tough one. Yeah. Now, Eagle Rare.
Okay.
That was your Buffalo Trace.
Ah, yes.
I'll put Eagle Rare up against your Blantons here.
All right.
Hard to believe.
Oh my gosh!
Hard to believe there's that different. And it has opened up a little bit.
There is a candy there that triggering
candy
something.
cane.
Maybe there's a specific type of candy that is just hitting here. Okay, case 4. That is so unique, so smooth, and actually, after having a few other kinds, it's not nearly as spicy. I think opening it up a bit, the spice dilutes just a touch, maybe. It's still there, but it's a lot softer.
I think we've just primed our palates.
That's
a little
probably
bit.
fair too. I don't know. The case against this, I can't think of a lot other than this is more of a niche type bourbon, and it will definitely stand out if it makes it to the next round.
Yes, that is the case for. Is also the case against.
Exactly.
It's so different as a bourbon. Like there is, I don't know how to say. There's kind of a weird nuttiness to it that is not present in the rest of the line.
No.
And this is, and the flavor profiles aren't the same, but this reminds me of the Willet in that this is something that you get a very specific friend of yours. It will either be their favorite whiskey in the world or they will never want to touch it. Like it's just, I don't know how else to put this though. I like it.
Yeah, where Willet was Christmassy, this is like Christmas in the South.
We'll go with that. This one, I like it, but I'm gonna be honest with you, T. It was a 3.75. I just don't think it makes it.
All right.
All right. Do you disagree?
I think it was obviously going to be between the Eagle Rare and the Colonel, and I think the Colonel has to move on.
Well, that was going to be the question. Does Colonel E.H. Taylor...
I think it has to because it does stand alone aside from the line. It's
I was about to say, like, this one still has that candied apple.
Yeah.
This one has that dark chocolate
Mhm.
from the Blantons. So Colonel E.H. Taylor.
I think you're getting the best of both kind of sides of a coin of bourbon on these two specific entries, and
So,
yeah,
you know,
I think so, Colonel.
yep. Colonel E.H. Taylor, the rest of this bottle is going to be dedicated to proving yourself against the world of bourbon, because I can't find another bottle. So
Yeah.
I'm using the rest of you for science.
Yes.
These are the sacrifices that we make here. So we have determined that we've determined there's going to be 16 spots in the tournament. And 2 8 whiskey videos. So we'll put one of these in each of the 8. So we got a little bit of a difference there. So there is a potential for a Buffalo Trace clean sweep.
That is true, but
Or we could split it up into 4 whiskeys, 4 a lot of different ways we could do
we're
this.
gonna go. We could probably go a few different ways, but there is something that has to happen now, and I'm afraid you know what that is.
Blend Master Tony. Blending away.
So just a smidge of that left.
I'll take a nose of that, but so he's mixed Eagle Rare, Colonel E.H. Taylor, Buffalo Trace, and just a bit of Blanton's because he is the greatest blend master. The folks at any of these places got nothing on him. Does seem to mellow it out on the edges.
A little.
I'll just stick with my Blanton's here. A little hot.
Hot, but so smooth.
Nice.
There's definitely a pepperminty to go with that hot spice. It's a very well-rounded bourbon experience, and it definitely lingers on your palate. Not in a bad way, but that's pretty dang good. Not my greatest achievement in terms of mixology, but that's nice.
Oh, folks.
That's
So,
really nice.
folks, thank you for joining us on this amazing journey. We've had 2 that have advanced in the tournament. Buffalo Trace, you have given us 2 whiskeys in Colonel E.H. Taylor, small batch, and Blanton, single barrel. So you have a single barrel and a small batch offering. Moving on to the Great Bourbon Tournament.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yes, folks, it's going to happen here. Keep your eye on this space. We have reviewed some amazing whiskeys here. So, folks, as a numb say around here. All that being said, thank you for joining us for this review of Blanton's versus Colonel E.H. Taylor versus Eagle Rare versus Buffalo Trace, the Sazerac Distillery on display, folks. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the blend master himself,
Tony G.
Like, share, subscribe, folks.
Thank you, Buffalo Trace.
And the old school outro, too. Well, folks, that is the final top 10 video. That was number 1, folks. And it is actually that time. And it's that time where I am going to say, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for the top 10 K.O.E. Nation videos and all YouTube time, folks, of all time on YouTube as well. Folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe to the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube. Be sure to check me out on Twitter-X as well, whatever you want to call it, Twitter, X, both of them actually. Go to both of them and follow me on Twitter and on X, K.O.E. Nation. You can also find me on Twitch and on TikTok, also under K.O.E. Nation. Yes, folks, This is all very on brand. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser, folks, and God bless. Folks, this has been an amazing time, and I hope you make it back to the next year's KOE Nation top 10 videos. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. I hope all of you make your way in this life with a little bit more knowledge than you had before. And like I always say, live your life to the extreme, which means always conquer yourself. And don't ever, ever listen to the worst advice you ever got. Just be yourself. No, be better than yourself. If you think you're above personal improvement, then that you have reached spiritual and intellectual death. And so, folks, every last one of you, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of the KOE Nation. Thank you for making this possible. And folks, we're going to leave you with something just a little bit fun here. This is Tony G roasting yours truly to the very ground here, folks. This will be what we end tonight's entertainment with, but this was truly an amazing ride, and I'm looking forward to next year and the years to come with all of you beautiful people. God bless. Raise a glass to yourselves. God bless you again. Thank you, you beautiful people. Travel well. You have arrived at the KOE Nation.
Here's how Sunday works. Saturday, Tony G. Hey, Phil. Hazard Sunday? Yay? Yeah. But tonight, night. I'll get over there early, I promise. I'll get over there. I'll be there in 15 minutes, 30 minutes later. Hey, Phil, did you bring all the stuff? Yeah, I brought everything. What about this? Quick trip to We'll just run over there real quick, all right? Run over there real quick with the black. Then we'll be back. Start drinking at 10:30 at night, because that's what normal people
10.
Well, normal people who don't have an agenda like me. And then tomorrow, what are you doing? Well, I thought we were doing a live show, Phil. That's right, damn it. Those live viewers. Their fucking needs. Why can't they all be cool? Like all those click whore pieces of shit that accidentally click on all the stuff that I share on all those Facebook pages. Those unlucky bastards that don't even know what they're getting themselves into. They all fall in love with me. Little KOE. They don't even have a choice. Click on me. Then they fall in love. So hazard analysis, Tony. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go live at 7 p.m. Because at 5 p.m., I'm going to show up. I'm still going to be on the clock. I'm going to bring over 8 bottles. No, 9 bottles. Wait, 10 bottles. We're going to review them all. You're going to get shit-faced. I'm going to take 1 sip of each, and then I'm going to dump 8 ounces of liquor from each glass into your cup. You're going to chug that cup and be absolutely blackout shit-faced drunk. And then at 8 o'clock, even though you wanted to go live early, no, fuck that. You're going at 8. You're going live solo. You don't get anybody else, no guests, no crutches, no nothing. You got to go live.
No crutch.
Shit-faced drunk. Live. 8 p.m. by yourself. And I'll just, be moseying my sweet-ass home that whole time. Taking my time. Just rehearsing, the great speeches that I've been giving myself all week in the tractor. And you're going to be twisting in the wind with your shitty internet connection because that week, your kid stepped in the Ethernet cable. And you're going to be pulling up comments like, when's Phil getting there? And I'm going to be like, you're going to be like Tony G says, I don't know. And Tan Tui Tin Man, he's going to be all up in the comments like a fucking rape date victim. And he's going to be all up in them comments saying, I have it on good authority that Phil KOE is inbound. And Tony G's going to be like, guess I'll have to take another shot. Hour or 2, waiting on Phil. I'm drunker again, and it's 9:30, and I'm fucked up. And then finally, Phil, the kingdom. No, Tony, thanks for hosting. Why don't you fuck off? We don't need you anymore. fuck off.
Thanks for
You're
being
like,
a war
I was
partner.
gonna call you Jey Uso, but you're Jimmy Uso. Get the fuck off my SmackDown. Bye-bye. Tony goes and
The Marty Jannetty to my Shawn Michaels.
Tony goes and pukes while Phil takes over, and all of his random guests roll in, and Phil has a custom screen where he's this big, and all the guests are this big, and Aiko and Osiris and Lethe are just beneath him, and he's like, I have the power of the mute. The KOE Nation will advise you well. All that being said, Osiris, here's 15 minutes of Phil KOE. Now it's time for a Bible verse. Complete this transition all over the screen. And Aiko will come back. I'm sorry, I was getting an IPA. Now, if you have a moment or an hour, I'd love to tell you about the time that I once voted in a primary, but I didn't actually vote in a primary. But the funny thing is, Phil, I voted in a primary, but it wasn't actually a primary. But here's the thing about the primary. Did you know that the primary, which dates back to the times when they started doing primaries, and then everybody else started going, why can't I vote in the primary with the primary? And you're a primary and I'm a primary. But then everybody's like, no, you know the thing about the primary? I don't want to vote in a primary, but I do want to vote in a primary. So
you can't.
And here's the thing, but no, can I finish? The primary, because I vote with the left and the right and the up and the down. And, and then yesterday I went to Chick-fil-A. And, I don't think spicy chicken sandwich is as bad as they say it is.
Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation, folks, for a very...